issue on X where they just said that my account was guilty of spamming and manipulating the algorithm and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't really use my account, to be honest. I just go on for the notifications, really. So I'm like, don't think that's true. So I've just asked them to review it, and they've just come back and gone, oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely fine. So I'm only letting you know, because if you have an issue on X where that happens to you, I don't know if this is a glitch or something, but yeah, there was a little thing in my notifications and it said, we're limiting some of your features because you've been found to, you know, be guilty of spamming and all this sort of stuff. It said, if you don't feel that this is relevant to you or you think there's been a mistake, then press here. And so I pressed there because, I mean, I just don't tweet out loads. So I pressed wherever, and then they've literally just got back to me, and they've literally just said, oh, yeah, sorry, no, our bads. So I thought I would mention it, just in case any of you get affected by something similar. Just know that, I don't know, that could be a glitch or something. So I had a few issues connecting to the thing. I had a bit of an X issue. And the other thing that's just happened within the space of like a minute is WWE Vault have just put up that there is going to be a Summerslam watch-along on Sunday. And I can tell you it's Summerslam 2008, exactly the kind of SummerSlam I was hoping for in regards to doing a watch along or people joining us. But 2008 has got CM Punk, Edge, Cena, Undertaker. Like it's a stacked card full of like big names. So that's the kind of SummerSlam I was hoping they were going to do, a more recent SummerSlam. Something post the year 2000, and they've delivered, man. SummerSlam 2008. Honestly, I don't think we've ever done a watch along for it. I don't think we've ever done a watch along for SummerSlam 2008 in the history of the channel. With all the watch alongs that we've done, I don't think we've done that one. So we are going to do that on Sunday. That literally just came through moments before we went live. So lots of little bits happening. I've also got the preview. I was in the process of setting this up as well. And actually, this has been the past few days. I mean, this has been a crazy week in regards to obviously losing Hulk Hogan, all of the San Diego Comic-Con news. I feel like there's been quite a bit of news doing the rounds as well. I mean, Unseen tonight is going to be long. Already those folders are pretty full because there's been a couple of days worth of stuff in there, and of course whatever goes down on Smackdown as well. So there's just a lot to discuss. There's a lot that's going on. Obviously, a lot of people are going to want to share their thoughts about Hulk Hogan, and it is worth mentioning tonight is meant to have a lot of legends. Tonight is meant to be about Hogan, or there's going to be a big part of remembering Hogan. It's actually the second thing that they've got. So little bit of a dilemma for WWE, because we know obviously the comments, the relationship Hogan has with the fan base, right? So there's a lot of people out there that were not bothered at the fact that he had passed away. Have to be honest about that. There was a lot of stuff being said on social media. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are bothered that Hulk Hogan has passed away. I think everyone's got an opinion on it. It is huge news. I mean, in the world of wrestling, it's about as big as it gets because he was about as big as it gets. So a difficult one because, to be honest with you, I don't know what you do in front of the fans. If I'm WWE, I don't know that I can trust the fans tonight. I think that his impact on the business means that he deserves to be recognized. He deserves a video package, at least. Certainly more than just a graphic at the start of the show. But the thing is that you just don't know what kind of reaction the crowd are going to give. So I would be looking to do a lot of stuff where I don't need the crowds. I'd be looking to do a lot of stuff where I'm not in front of the fans. And and I would be like throw into video packages. If you've got an interview with Sergeant Slaughter, then have Michael Cole say, right, obviously this week we lost the immortal Hulk Hogan, someone that revolutionized wrestling. Here's some thoughts from some of the other WWE legends, and then go over to a video package that's got some sit down interviews with them. Later on you can go to a tribute package as well. I think you're going to have to try and do stuff where the fans aren't going to be involved, because I just don't have confidence that the fans are not going to, boo and, make their kind of voices heard for, understandably, the comments that he had made and the criticism that he has earned, but it's just not the time. That's my opinion on it. It's just not the time. It's about celebrating the character and celebrating the impact that character had on wrestling. And I think that character deserves a video package, deserves recognition for what that character was able to do for pro wrestling. But equally, I totally understand where people are coming from. We've spoken a lot. We don't shy away from talking about the darker side of things, right? It's not like we don't ever engage in those conversations. We absolutely do. I've said before, I don't want this to be a stream where people think, oh, they won't even talk about it there. They love WWE so much, they won't even talk about the negatives. It's like, no, we talk about the negatives. We talk about the celebrity involvement, the sponsorships, the ticket prices. We spoke about Hogan, problematic relationship with the fans, and kind of how that soured over the last 10 years in particular. We touch on these things. We spoke about Vince and all of that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, because the fans, I think, have a right to express, their opinions. It's freedom of speech, of course. But equally, I just don't know that that's the message if I'm the director, if I'm Triple H, if I'm Nick Khan, if I'm WWE. I don't know that I want to amplify that. I don't have to. You can make your voices heard, but I don't have to put those voices onto TV. That's my choice. So if I'm the director, I'll throw to a video package and I won't have any crowd noise. I'll let the legends say what they want to say. I'll let the video packages do what they want to do. Either way, though, it's going to be interesting during matches and whatever to see what signs are being held up, see what chants are being chanted. I just don't know what to expect from the crowds. I think that is a talking point going into this show. I think it'll be positive. I don't think people are going to necessarily want to go to SmackDown to be hateful and to spread negativity and focus on those things. But there are, going to be some people that won't be able to help themselves, So, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. It's a tricky one. It'll be interesting to see what the chat have got to say. So, that is big. Yeah, WWE remembers Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan, expecting video packages. Don't think I'm expecting anything out in front of the ring, because I personally would not take that chance. But apparently there are legends that have sent in their thoughts and well wishes and tributes, and I think that's going to be kind of throughout the show, right? Cody Rhodes is going to address his street fight against John Cena at SummerSlam. Wyatt Six going to be battling Andrade and Rey Fenix. Alexa Bliss is taking on Roxanne. Perez, Randy Orton, Jelly Roll, Drew McIntyre, Logan Paul are all set to rock Cleveland. So we're in Cleveland, and it's going to be a case that they're all going to be in the ring at the same time. Obviously, we're building to SummerSlam. Should hopefully get my prediction done this weekend. It's been a little while since we've been able to get a predictions video done, but I'm looking to try and get one done this weekend. So there we go. That's the preview. If you've got any thoughts on Hogan, any well wishes, or even if you want to focus on the darker side, the more critical side, feel free to put in your thoughts. If you want to talk SummerSlam, we can do that. If you want to talk figures, we can do that. There's a lot to have conversations about. I am going to try and be a bit snappier than normal, because normally when we do one of these streams, and we do them every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, every Friday, like on the weekends, right? whenever we do these streams, there's normally talking points, but I wouldn't say there's like loads of talking points. There's obviously things in the news, but I wouldn't say there was loads and loads and loads. I feel like there is so much for us to talk about. I feel like so much has happened over the last 48 hours that I'm going to try and be a little bit snappier with my answers, right? Curtis said, good evening, Daze. Happy 9 months. Curtis, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. And Lorraine Zoe, 19, said, oh my God, I've been here now for 2 months already. Oh, mate, it goes by so quickly. It flies by. So thank you, my friend. A big thank you to all the members as well. We had another fun week where we did a watch-along on Wednesday for an old episode of Raw. We did the ECW Invasion episode. We did a member stream and a quiz on Tuesday. We did a big game on Thursday, which was a lot of fun. We got a big faction game coming up next week. We next week as well have got the Hall of Fame community induction, so we've got to get that sorted as well for the month of July. So, mate, there is so much going on. There is so much going on. I don't even know how it's all in my head. So, yeah, pretty crazy. So, thank you to all the members and people joining us, and let's go. Right, let's get to some of these. Nathan said, I struggled the other day. I can't separate Hogan from Terry. I believe him as a kid. I joined the Special Olympics because of him. And now I question everything, says Nathan. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that is a really interesting, quite powerful comment that you've kind of kicked us off with there. I think that... I think it is hard to separate the man from the character. I think it can be done. It depends what they've done for me. So, for example, I can't watch Chris Benoit. I can't watch Chris Benoit. Well, I can watch him. He could be on and fine, you know. But I am not emotionally connected to his matches anymore. Right, I am not emotionally. I don't watch his matches and marvel at his skills. I mean, he was one of the very best, and I can't do that because I can't get past what happened. So, in a way, it's easy for me to sit here and say you can separate them, but then I think about Chris Benoit and I think, actually, no, I can't separate them. So, if I can't separate Chris Benoit from the character we see on screen, then how can I sit here and say that it's, you know, you can separate them? Because I could understand you struggling when it comes to Hulk Hogan. I think because Hogan was, I mean, let's be honest, right? What Hogan said was horrific and you could say unforgivable, but it's not Chris Benoit level, right? It's not Chris Benoit. It's not what Chris Benoit did. So for me, I think that there are questions around how Hogan really felt. There are questions around, was it a stupid comment? Was it a one-off? Was he like that all the time? I think where my confusion comes from with that subject, right, is that I hear stories of him working with and helping black wrestlers. Ric Flair shared a story the other day where he was like, Hogan was such a nice guy, such a giving guy. You know, social media can be so cruel. And he's like, I remember, like, when I joined WWE, you know, Hogan said that Kamala was not getting paid enough. He actually went to Vince when he found out what Kamala was being paid. And he said to Vince, like, you need to pay this guy more money. And I kind of listen to these stories and I'm thinking, like, well, hang on. If he's a racist, if he is a racist, he made racist comments and maybe those are beliefs that he had. But, I mean, he teamed with Mr. T at WrestleMania 1 and I know he had to, but, you know, I never heard Mr. T saying that Hogan was disrespectful to him or anything along those lines. There's never been any word that's come out from any of the wrestlers that Hogan was off with them, you know, or that there was any kind of bad relationship between him and some of the black wrestlers. And then I hear a story about him trying to help out Kamala to get a bit more money. And I find myself just very confused. I know the comments. I know they're, borderline unforgivable, as we said. I get everyone that's angry at him, why they're angry at him. I'm angry at him. I'm really angry at him because he has ruined that character. He has ruined a lot of people's childhoods with those comments that he made. I'm angry at him for making the comments, but I'm angry at him for the damage that it caused as well. And so I think I understand that it is difficult, and I'm not trying to make excuses for him, because I think what I'm saying is I don't know. But I think for me, because there is some confusion that's there, because the comments that were made privately, and I'm only aware of, well, at the moment I'm aware of one occasion, right? The leaked sex tape occasion. I don't know how bad it was, so I don't like it. I really don't like it. I can understand those that can't forgive it. I can understand those that can't watch Hogan and separate the man from the character. I suppose what I'm trying to word and how I'm trying to kind of get to the point I'm trying to get to is that I can do it with Hogan. I find it easier with Hogan than I do with someone like with Chris Benoit, where I can't do it and I struggle to do it. So it's one of those. I mean, maybe it's just a door that has to be closed if you can't separate them. Perhaps that's an era and a period that you just can't revisit and you have to just move forwards. There's enough non-Hogan WWE for you to enjoy where you don't need to worry about that, right? I mean, obviously, if this was like flipping 1992 and Hogan came out with those comments, Hogan was everywhere throughout the 80s. So, it'd be hard to avoid Hulk Hogan footage. But now, I mean, he was gone throughout most of the 90s. He wasn't around much in the 2000s. He did bits, of course, came back and had a little run, but there's plenty of non-Hogan shows throughout the 2000s. Obviously, the 2010s, 2020, I mean, like, you can avoid it. But it's one of those. It's sad. There's no two ways about it. It's sad. But I didn't want to focus on that during kind of my videos, because I think I'm saying stuff that people know. I'm not saying anything people don't know. I'm not saying anything that people aren't aware of. I'm not saying anything, I think, that constructive, because this is all stuff that we know, and we all have to make our own opinions and minds up on it. So it's a difficult one. It's a real difficult one. I do understand. I find it easier to separate the character with the man for Hogan than I do for Benoit. And, I can go back, I can watch those old shows, we've done it. And, it doesn't get in the way, right? I think as well, for me, I was never a big Hogan guy. So whenever I used to watch Hogan, like at WrestleMania 3, when I got that tape, I wanted Andre. When it was WrestleMania 6, I wanted The Warrior. There was times where I wanted Hogan, like when he was taking on Sergeant Slaughter at WrestleMania 7, and Slaughter was like the Iraqi sympathizer and all of that, and it was all USA and everything. I was on board with the USA vibe. I was in the UK going, go on, Hogan, stick it to him. And, there's definitely times where I was rooting for Hogan, but, WrestleMania 5, I wanted Macho Man. WrestleMania 6, I wanted Warrior. WrestleMania 3, I wanted Andre. Like, I was never a Hulkamania guy. Perhaps that makes it a bit easier for me. Perhaps that's made it easier. Perhaps the impact, even though he was dominant in my youth, perhaps because he was never, like, my favourite or one of my favourites, perhaps that makes it a little easier for me to separate it. Don't know. Be interesting to see what other people have got to say. Eric said we need a Hogan rock watch along from WrestleMania 18. My God, I need to learn how to say the words. Eric, shout out to you. I don't know, dudes. I think it's hard. I mean, I think it's a real balancing act. Like, I think it's hard. It's really difficult because as much as you want to celebrate him, there is a sizable amount of people out there that want nothing to do. There'll be a load of people out there that don't want us to talk about him on this stream and just... I mean, you've seen social media. You've seen the comments that were being made. Adam Pearce had to come out and tell people to stop posting negative stuff on his account. He was like, I'm not here for this. This is not the kind of stuff that I want my platform to elevate. These are not the kind of thoughts that I'm looking for today, right? And so, I don't know. I think you're going to find a real mixed bag in the community. And I get it. It's not that I don't understand. It's not that I'm sat here going, I wonder why everyone's so angry. I do understand. I do get it. But equally, that character did so much for wrestling. So much. I think what's the most constructive way forward? I think the most constructive way forward is to talk about that character, praise that character, talk about the impact that character had, and focus on that. But equally, I'm aware that we can't go OTT with it, you know? I'll be really interested to see what WWE do and how they kind of pay respect to Hulk Hogan when you think about how major of a star he was. Edward said, what do we think could happen between Travis Scott and WWE? What do you think could have happened? And also, do we think someone's going to get involved with Cena Cody? I don't know why, but I'm thinking Rock. I think they will swerve us. Yes, I think people will get involved in Cena Cody. I think there's a chance it could be Randy. I think that if Cody's not going to get the title, he needs to move on to his next feuds. There is word that The Rock is not going to be at SummerSlam. How true that is, I don't know. But when it comes to that stuff, I'm leaning Randy getting involved. In regards to Travis Scott, I think that Travis was struggling with getting wrestling and learning how to do wrestling. I think that there may have been some feedback that, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that. I think you've got to get to a certain point where you are not going to embarrass yourself, embarrass the company. And not only that, you've got to get to a certain level where you're going to be safe. And rumor had come out that he was not getting it. He was not a quick learner when it came to just picking up some basic bits. I just don't think he was. I don't think he was getting it. And so, at some point, someone is going to have to give him that feedback, aren't they? At some point, if he is not to a certain standard, and this standard could be really low, right? Like, it can't look like a dude in a shopping center messing around with his mates. Like, there is a certain standard when it comes to performing in a WWE ring. That standard for celebrities can be quite low and limited, but there is still a standard. And I'm thinking it's probably based on that, to be honest. I'm thinking it's probably based on that, unless it turns out to be based on money and how much money he wanted. But he seems so excited at Royal Rumble. Elimination Chamber, sorry. I don't know if you ever saw the footage after, but backstage, Travis Scott was like, man, that was so sick. I can't believe it. When Cena turned and he was in the ring. He was like, this is the coolest thing in the world, man. I swear, that feeling was like better than I get at gigs. And Triple H was like, man, you think that's good? You wait till you have the match. And I struggle to believe that seeing Travis genuinely that excited backstage. I struggle to believe that he would have charged them a load of money and shoot himself in the foot. Like, if you get the opportunity as a celebrity to actually wrestle in WWE, right? I mean, I don't agree with it. You know that. But let's it happens, right? Let's just go with it. So if you get the opportunity to do it and you're a big WWE fan, why would you price yourself out of that opportunity? I don't understand. Why would you go, yeah, that sounds cool, but I ain't doing it for less than 5 million? Oh, I don't know, whatever, yeah. Why would you do that? Why would you do that when he was so excited? So I don't know that it's money. I mean, there's been no word as to what it is. But, I think he genuinely does love WWE, or did. And I think that he was genuinely excited to have his match. So I'm struggling with the money aspect. But I've heard that he was struggling to pick it up. So I'm wondering, did someone give him some feedback? He didn't like it. Because who's going to flip and tell Travis Scott what to do? Travis Scott doesn't really have anyone in his life that's kind of pushing back, you know? Who is there in Travis Scott's life that's saying that's not good enough? And what if you have to tell him what he's doing is not good enough? Who knows how he reacts to that kind of news? So if I was to guess, I would think it might be something around that kind of ballpark. But that's just a guess because obviously nothing has come out yet. Steve said, the fact Sky Sports News did a segment talking about the passing of Hogan. You know it was a big deal. When do they ever talk about anything to do with pro wrestling? Yeah, I spoke about this on the Wrestling Escape Pods. I actually had my auntie, who I only speak to once a year at Christmas. She completely out the blue on WhatsApp dropped me a message. It was from a number I didn't recognise. And she was like, oh, I've just heard the news. I'm so sorry. As soon as I heard, I thought of you. I was like, I don't know what you thought of me, but she knows that we do like a wrestling YouTube channel. So that's why, right? I didn't know him or anything. But yeah, like the thing with Hogan is that it was bigger than wrestling. And when I say that, like, that kind of offends some people because nothing's bigger than wrestling. Wrestling goes on forever and all this. It's been around before Hogan. It'll be around after Hogan. He's not bigger than wrestling. But for a short period of time, he was. There was more people that knew the name Hulk Hogan than watched wrestling, you know? Like, there's people in my family and friends that I know that have never watched a single second of wrestling, but they know who Hulk Hogan is. They've seen Hulk Hogan. They know who he is, right? And I think that you can make an argument that Cena and The Rock have managed to kind of transcend wrestling. Not forever, right? I mean, Hulkamania will obviously be a footnote in the history of wrestling, and wrestling will continue. So he's not bigger than wrestling forever, but there was a period where more people knew about him than watched wrestling. So in that regard, he became bigger than wrestling, right? So it's true. It's true. People in my family that have never watched a single second of wrestling, have no interest in wrestling. That name, Hulk Hogan, it means something. It's a monster brand in its own right. That name, I mean, he's got 2 shops. Well, he might have more, but I know he's got 2 shops and a bar. One in Clearwater, one in Orlando. He's got the bar in Clearwater. Just sells Hulk Hogan stuff, Hulk Hogan shirts, Hulk Hogan magnets. I mean, that is a brand in its own right. And a brand that was so popular that he could have two shops where he's just selling Hulk Hogan stuff. Signed bits and fridge magnets and T-shirts and glasses and flipping old bits from the figures and, do you know what I mean, posters and all this kind of... I spent $20 holding the WrestleMania 3 belt. I'm not sure it was the WrestleMania 3 belt, but they told me it was the WrestleMania 3 belt. The one that was actually wore at WrestleMania 3. And they gave it me and they were like, careful, man, this thing is, and I was like... As the dude like took a picture on my phone. I need to find that picture, actually. One of my favorite moments, that was in Orlando International Drive, not far from Universal Studios. There's a road in Orlando. It's called International Drive. And historically, before all the Disney hotels and Universal hotels popped up, that's where all the hotels were. And if you stayed in Florida, you'd likely stay on International Drive. And there was restaurants all along it, golf courses, mini golf, loads of things to do, McDonald's and all this sort of stuff. And he's opened up his shop on that road. It's not the same, that road, anymore, though. I went last year to America, and you can tell that road has sort of lost its way a bit because it used to have, I think, Wet and Wild, which was like a water theme park on it. That's closed long ago. And as well as that, like, there used to be a lot of hotels on there, and some of those have gone. I think it's because Disney have really opened up more hotels. So if you go to Disney, you tend to stay at Disney now. If you go to Universal, you tend to stay at Universal because they've got a big hotel that's open as well. And I think it's kind of took all of the kind of traffic away from that road. But his shop's still there, and I still went the other year and had a little look around and bought a couple of items. So, and he was selling Andre the Giant merch as well. He must have some agreement with Andre's estate where he was selling some Andre bits in there. So, but yeah, massive brand, absolutely massive. So big it can stand on its own two legs and have two shops and a bar. And you know, it was one of the top stories on the BBC website, and they never talk about wrestling either. So, yeah. If the light was shined in everyone's hidden areas, they wouldn't want to be judged with the same measure. We are all human and we all make mistakes, says Bones. Do you know, I mean, I agree with that. I think the only thing I would say is that I don't think people felt the apology was loud enough or convincing enough. I think it was Mark Henry that gave Hogan the opportunity to kind of go around a few schools and speak to a few students and kind of like apologize and kind of give back to the community, the black community in some way. And I think there was so many people that I think were willing to help Hogan with a redemption, right? I think there were so many people that were like, we can fix this. Yeah, there was a lot of love for Hogan. Hulkamania was real. If you look at WrestleMania 18 and the reaction that he gets, these aren't just from white people. This is from all people, because Hulkamania was, you know, all inclusive. And I think that this really hurt. This really hurt. And so a lot of people, I think, wanted... Some people didn't, but a lot of people wanted to help him get that redemption, wanted to help kind of get him back to some sort of level of... And unfortunately, you know, I don't think... He did apologize, but the apology was not very well received. It felt a little bit more like, you know, I'm sorry I got caught more than I'm sorry to a lot of people. That's how it came across. I'm sorry that you've seen this. I'm sorry that I got caught, rather than it being just like this real heartfelt apology. And, you know, Mark Henry offered to, as I said, like take him around black communities and visit like kids and like do some like kind of work with him so that there could be some redemption. I believe he turned that invitation down. And so, to be honest with you, the original incident is obviously bad, but I think the way it was handled was like almost as bad, because I think that for a lot of people felt like not only have you said these words, but also you've not really redeemed yourself for them. And so for me, like that compounded it. And really after that point, I mean, it's really hard then. I think at this point, everyone was really conflicted. I mean, if you look at his appearances at, say, WrestleMania 37, it's kind of, I mean, I believe that was in Tampa as well. So, you know, that's his home. That's where he's most comfortable. That's where he's going to get the best reactions. And I don't remember it being like crazy or overwhelming or anything like that. Like I think had he gone to certain markets at that point, he would have got booed out the building. There'd be other areas that I think would have been kinder, but I don't know that there's any areas that are going to be like crazy, you know, for him. And then, of course, as we kind of get into more recent years, he did the whole Republican Party thing, which I just don't understand. I don't get it. I think that, you know, clearly he was passionate about that, and he was passionate about Donald Trump becoming president. I understand that. But from a brand point of view, from a perception point of view, it doesn't matter if you're going to back the Republicans or if you're going to back the Democrats. You are guaranteed upsetting 50% of your audience, at least, right? You are guaranteed, because I don't know what the last election result was, but it was somewhat really close. Like, it was something like, I don't know, it was like, I know that Trump won the popular vote, but it was like 55-45 or whatever, right? I know it wasn't like 80-20, right? Or 70-30, right? It was nothing that overwhelming. I mean, it's closer to it being 50-50. So it doesn't matter. I mean, like, it's irrelevant that he backed the Republicans. He could have backed the Democrats. If he had backed the Democrats, you would have really upset 50% of your Republican fans. And if you back the Republicans, you're upsetting 50% of your Democrat fans. So I didn't get that, to be honest with you. I mean, I understood that he felt passionate about it and that he felt like he had to. And, well, you know, okay. But that just compounded things. I mean, it's so heartbreaking to see that his last appearance was in California, I believe, where he gets booed out the building. He gets booed out the building. And it's a mixture, isn't it? It's a mixture. I mean, like, you've got not only what happened in 2015, but on top of that, you've got the fact that people didn't really think he had apologized. Once that ball is rolling of negativity, all of a sudden then you get people coming out, you know, like the Iron Sheik and other people that come out and are, you know, saying comments about how he used to hold them back, hold them down and all this kind of stuff, you know, politicize. And then people are making fun of the lies that he tells and has told over the years. And this kind of momentum starts to build, doesn't it? This momentum starts to build where it just gets it snowballs. And then you just get this reputation that you just cannot shake. And perhaps he thought, well, my reputation's in the gutter anyway. It doesn't really matter now. I'll just do what I want to do. And so that's why he went with the Republicans. And again, this is not political. I don't care if he went Republican or if he went Democrat. It's not about that. But it is about the fact that if you do that, you are dividing your fan base by 50%. And how does that make any sense? How does that get him closer to redemption? I didn't get that move. From a brand point of view, I didn't understand that move. But he did it because he wanted to do it. I get that. So, you know, it's one of those where, you know, he just ended up where he ended up, and he's now getting the reactions that he's getting, and I do understand it. So I think it's a little more complex than just making out that it was one mistake back in 2015, kind of a thing. I think there's many more layers to this. Daze, I hope you're doing well, said AAA. When are we going to get SummerSlam predictions? This weekend. Really eager for the predictions. Also, since Roman recently had a 4-year run, do we think he'll win any titles soon? He might get a tag belt run or something. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea, or I don't think they'll give him a mid-card run, but world titles, I'd keep him away from a world title. I think the only time I would go back to putting a world title on Roman is if there was a story that needed it, or if the ratings are tanking and I'm desperate for Roman. Like, Roman is my only way out. So those would be the only occasions. Like, he's had the run that he will be remembered for. And I think really WWE now need to make sure that they are building up the next Roman Reigns. They are getting those next stars coming through. And, you know, listen, when Roman was in the Shield, he had great potential. But we know that when he went to being a solo star, the fans started to turn on him. Like, it wasn't working. It was cringy, and people didn't like the fact he was being forced down their throats. The point I'm making is that Roman has gone on to be one of the biggest stars we've ever had. With John Cena, he came in as the prototype and was very close to being cut because he did not have a connection with the audience. And had he have not done Thugonomics, he would be out. WWE had Hogan in the 70s. Hogan wanted to do the Rocky movie. Vince Sr. said no. Hogan said yes. Vince Sr. said goodbye. And Hogan left. The point I'm making is that these big names fairly consistently have rocky beginnings. They have bumpy beginnings. Like, it is not normal to have a talent that is a main event star, like, from the very beginning. So when I see people saying, I just don't see it in Bron Breakker, or I just don't see it in Jacob at the moment, I don't think he's going to be the next Roman or whatever. Maybe he won't. Maybe Bron won't. Maybe Jacob won't. But I think that we shouldn't stop from trying to get them there, because a lot of the big names had to go through really rough periods. And, someone like Austin Theory, a lot of people have given up on. Like, there ain't no way Theory's getting anywhere now. If you've seen him, he can't even get on TV. Yes. And John Cena struggled when he was Prototype. So let's not dismiss someone that's got a great look, that can wrestle. Granted, not putting on amazing matches at this stage, but he can get in there and put a match on. He can get on a microphone and cut a promo. Promo not amazing. Matches not amazing. Sink or swim time is coming for Austin Theory. John Cena had it, and he broke out of it. He moved on to Thugonomics, and that did connect. Theory is going to be very soon at the point where he is going to have to sink or swim. And it could be like once he's back from this injury, because they've broken up A-Town Down Under, and it might be now you either do it or you're never going to get a chance to do it, right? We could be facing that point for Theory. It might work, it might not work. The point I'm making is that you don't give up on these talents whilst they're still in their kind of, early stages. Look at Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan was atrocious, in my opinion. I thought her promos were really bad. Her matches were okay, but she came up from NXT way too early. Way too early. The only reason they brought her up was because they brought up Riot Squads. She was a pretty girl. She was attractive. And so, they brought her up, really, I think, for her looks. I think it's her looks that get her to the main roster, because it certainly wasn't her promos, and her match quality was passable at best. So what else have you got, right? What else? What was the other reason for bringing her up? It's because she was already in that group. They wanted to bring the group up, and she was a good-looking girl. And as a result, I think they thought, she's young, she's good-looking. If we can get somewhere with her, we've got something there. Years went by, mixed bag of, I'm sure even she would admit she's had ups and downs and challenges and all this stuff, right? And then, of course, look at where we are now. I mean, where we are now is they turned her heel, and she's one of the biggest female stars they've got. Now she's incredible. Like, her promos have clicked. That sassiness, like, she's worked the character out because she's been on the main roster for so long. She's confident. She's experienced. She's been on the main roster quite a long time now. You give her a microphone, she can cut a promo. Is she the greatest promo ever? No, of course she isn't. But she's already far exceeded whatever I thought she would do. You just can't give up on people, can you? Can't give up on people. So to go back to the original question, do you put the belt on Roman? No. Not for me. You can give him another run in the future, but I think it's got to be because of a story, or it's got to be because of needing the ratings. I think we have to focus on building Theory, Grayson, Carmelo, Bron Breakker, Jacob, Trick Williams, Obafemi. We need to get these names in and around big stories, in and around titles, and we need to invest in them, and we need to build them. And so, you could make the argument that we're sort of doing that at SummerSlam with Jay and Roman versus Bron. Not a big fan of that match, because I'm not a fan of taking single stars and putting them in a tag match. I just don't like it. It's stupid to me. Like, these are singles wrestlers that are trying to be world champions. Putting them in a tag team is just completely moving them. It's irrelevant. You lose a tag match, so what? It doesn't mean anything. Maybe if Bron Breakker was to beat Roman in a singles match, you could make an argument that Bron Breakker now moves ahead of Roman in, future title opportunities. You could sort of mentally make an argument that there's a bit of a ranking system, and that Bron Breakker, by beating Roman, goes past him, and you could maybe make that argument, right? In regards to a tag match, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who wins. That will have no bearing on singles. If Roman gets pinned in a tag match, it's a tag match. You can't tell me that that means that the person that pinned him is now ahead of Roman in some kind of singles ranking. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's kind of like taking a boxer, putting them in an MMA fight, and then the boxer loses the MMA fight. Well, it doesn't change where they are in boxing. And that's kind of how I feel about singles matches and tag matches. It's a different division. And so wins and losses over there, I don't see how they necessarily, like, you know, have any correlation to the singles division, unless there's a stipulation, of course. We've seen sometimes, like, singles titles being defended in tag matches. Like, that's different because there's a specific stipulation that's been added. But, yeah, I'm not crazy about this match. As a match is going to be fine. It's a great way to showcase Braun and Bronson. So, I mean, I get it in that regard. It gets them on the card. Like, I do understand that. But I can't get past what does it matter? What does it matter? Let's say Roman and Jay win. So what? Braun and Bronson will be there on Monday, causing problems. It doesn't change anything. Nothing changes. Nothing is affected. Nothing has happened. Same with if Braun and Bronson win. What? So what? Roman and Jay are not a team. I mean, they've got a win over them. They can brag about it. But, well, Roman and Jay haven't teamed on a regular basis. So, well done. You've beaten two guys that don't normally team together. But well done. I don't really see what they get from it. They can brag about beating Roman and Jay, whatever. But to me, that's the fundamental problem with that match. But, you know, we've got to build them up. We've got to get them on the show. I would much rather it be Roman against Bron Breakker, because at least then I can sort of convince myself that a Bron win kind of puts him ahead of Roman in some sort of ranking system. I can sort of at least say to myself, well, that's a big win. To beat Roman Reigns in a singles match, ideally clean, of course, to beat Roman Reigns in a singles match, that's a big statement. That is a big statement. Yeah, that means something. It might not be for a number one contendership or anything like that, but I think we can all agree that if WWE are going to give Bron Breakker a clean win over Roman Reigns, I mean, that's huge. So to me, like, that match is different. It hits me different, a singles match to a tag match. So I do find that a bit frustrating. Might be a point I make in the predictions video. We'll do that predictions video over the weekend. Netforce said, my first match was January 23rd, 1984, when Hogan beat the Iron Sheik. Regardless of Hogan's personal mistakes, he was wrestling in the 80s. And without him, we don't have WWE today. Yeah, well said. Well said. AKF said, Daze, have there been any credible reports of anything special for Hogan tonight, besides tributes that WWE does? Only that there's expected to be legends speaking. I don't know if that's in person or pre-recorded. I would imagine pre-recorded. I would imagine they've reached out to legends and asked them to record messages rather than getting them on planes and getting them to Cleveland. So, Slaughter, Ted DiBiase, there's a long list of people that I believe are going to, you know, have words to say. That's why I'm thinking it'll be throughout the show that comments will be made. Rage Warrior said, we all make mistakes. Forgive him and praise him for what he did in the business, said Rage Warrior. Kian said, Daze, hope you're well and have a great day. I just got back a few hours ago from seeing Fantastic Four, which was fantastic. It's peak Marvel, and I enjoyed every minute of it, says Kian. Kian, shout out to you, buds. Martin said, life is a roller coaster. You've just got to ride it. Daze, awesome, funny, evolve stream with positive vibes from the community. Probably one of my favorites. How have you coped with the news, and how did your energy levels for streams? Did you keep energy levels for streams? Hannah, shout out to you. That's a good question, actually. I heard the news and I recorded the video, the breaking news video, about... Well, it probably would have been within 5 minutes of hearing the news. And I think actually during that video, I even say it hasn't quite sunk in yet. Whenever you like record a video like that, it is, you know, it's important. You know that it's a video people might revisit in the future when, because I don't know about you, if I find a new channel, I deep dive into it. If there's a new channel I find that I love, you know, I deep dive, when did they start, how many videos they got, look for certain topics I might be interested in. And, you know, I think if I found a wrestling channel that I loved and I saw they did a video, breaking news, Hulk Hogan has passed away, I might, yeah, oh, well, what did they say? You know, how did they report that? What was, you know, how did they do it? So when you do a video like that, you kind of know that this is a video that may be revisited in the future, certainly is going to be of a lot of interest, people that might not have heard the news. So you're kind of trying to, like, words, you're trying to find the right words in. With this one, it's extra tricky because I think I know there's such a wide variety of opinion on this topic. So you don't want to be like too emotional with it, but equally you don't want to be too hard with it. You kind of need to find that center ground. And to be honest with you, that's a real struggle. It's a real struggle to find that center ground, because sometimes I feel like I'm being a bit too OTT with the praise, and then sometimes I feel like I'm being too OTT with the focus on the negative side. Like I would say this stream so far has been too OTT on the negative side, right? Where we've been talking about the negatives rather than talk about our favorite matches, favorite moments, things like that, right? So trying to find that center ground is really, really difficult. So I was quite happy, actually, once that video was recorded. It was a video I knew I had to do, being a wrestling channel, right? It's a bit like having a music channel and flipping Paul McCartney dies. I mean, I've got to imagine that every music channel is going to do a video on that. So it's a video I knew I had to do. I was quite pleased once it was done and it was out, and I was like, okay, right now, let's start wrapping our heads around this. And that's when I was kind of like looking at the reaction online, and I was seeing the reaction from the community, seeing the mixed responses, and kind of getting a bit of a picture together. I purposely tried to just pick positive stuff more so than anything negative. But to be honest, there wasn't really much in the way of negative coming from the wrestlers. I think I saw Mercedes Moné around the time the news broke tweet out, "I'm hungry." And a lot of people saw that as kind of a disrespect thing. I don't know if she meant it as disrespect. I don't know if she just tweeted out, "I'm hungry," and didn't even know. Or it was it her way of saying, I'm so not bothered by this news. I'm actually more focused on the fact I'm hungry. I need some food. I don't know. I don't know what if she knew, if she didn't know. That was one of the only posts from a wrestler that I would say was more negative focused. I think even Leo Rush came out and said he wasn't going to talk like nasty of Hogan. Titus O'Neil had some lovely words to say, and I think anyone that had, like, from the business anything negative to say, from what I saw, I think they just didn't say anything. I think there's probably a lot of people that don't have time for Hogan and don't have nice words to say. I think they decided yesterday was the day to not say anything at all. So it was kind of a positive, overwhelmingly positive. The positive from the wrestling world massively outweighed the negative. And yeah, I think honestly, by the time I'd kind of gone through that and read that, like I'd got my head around it, and I was okay. I mean, I could have streamed and I would have been okay. I don't massively get. I think when you get a bit older, right? When you're young, it's different, because when you're young, I think there is idolizing and hero worshipping, and I think that you are trying to figure out who you're going to be. And I think that when you look at celebrities and you look at sports stars, you look at them and you see people that are achieving their dreams, and, you know, they're inspiring you, and they mean something to you, and you sort of worship and idolize that. And I think there is, you know, this is why when you go to Taylor Swift concerts, you've got 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds that are like screaming their lungs out, whatever. you don't massively get it from 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, you know? As you get older, you respect people for the work that they're doing, if you like them. There's loads of musicians that I like, and I really respect their work, but you don't necessarily have that same sort of hero worship, sort of idolizing. I mean, maybe I'm in the minority. Perhaps people are going to tell me that's not true, and there's, like, you know, loads of women out there and men out there that are freaking out in their 40s and 50s over, you know, celebrities. But for me, I've found that it has settled down a lot. When I was young, I used to go to gigs and I would be like, I would try and see if I could get to the front, see if I could get the set list. And, you know, if the band were ever spotted around, I'd want to go over and try and get a picture. Or, you know, like now I'd just be at the back by the bar, to be honest. I'd be at the back by the bar. If the band was around, I might go say hello. But to be honest, I'd be quite happy to not. Like, I don't know. I think you just... I don't know what changes. I don't know what's changed with me. But I get asked a lot, like, about meeting wrestlers. And it's like, I'm not bothered. Like, if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. Like, I don't... As a kid, it would have been, yes, overwhelming. Oh, my God, I need to meet Undertaker. I need to meet Shawn. I need to meet this person. I need to meet that person. But honestly, now, like, I just don't have that. I don't have that need. I don't have that. I don't know. It's very hard to... It's kind of hard to put into words. I think there is a love and there is a respect for wrestlers, of course. I mean, I love watching them and I will watch them tonight. I love John Cena. I love watching him and I've loved watching his career. But I don't know, that side of it, it just changes a little bit. That kind of idolizing, hero worshipping, all that kind of stuff. So for me, when someone like this passes away, it's sad, and I think of, like, all my memories and I think back and everything, but I don't know, it doesn't hit me in a way where I can't carry on with my day, you know? It doesn't hit me in a way like I'm mourning as if I knew them. I mean, I never met him. I didn't know him. So to me, like, once I was able to kind of accept that we'll never see him again, or accept that it's over. I mean, I think it helps his age as well. I mean, we were not expecting another match out of him. We don't even see him that often, and there was no plans for him to be used on WWE TV again. So I think it helps when they're at the end of their career and you're not missing out on anything. I think it's very different if someone passes away and they're still wrestling and they're young. You know, I mean, Hogan was 72. It's still young, but it's starting to get to the age where that's normal life expectancy. Normal life expectancy for a guy is, what, 78, 80, around that ballpark? I would say he was young, but then I would also say God only knows what he's put in his body over the years. God only knows kind of what he's been through, the amount of bumps that he's taken, the amount of damage he's done to his body, the amount of surgeries that he's been through and processes he's been through, and steroids that he was pumping his body full of, and, you know, all of that stuff. Like, maybe someone like Hogan we shouldn't expect to get to the average life expectancy. So I think it makes a difference how old they are. I think it makes a difference if they're still, you know, providing their content, their work, or if they've kind of left that in the past. So for me, I didn't really struggle, to be honest with you, with kind of accepting it and, like, understanding it, if you will. I didn't struggle with Ozzy as well, to be honest. But then I was, you know, not a massive Ozzy, you know, fan. I really like Ozzy. I like him a lot, but I was not someone that would listen to Black Sabbath. So yeah, it's a real interesting one. That, like, how do you find the energy to stream, and how did you feel after? Like, I felt fine, considering he's been such a big part of my life. I felt fine, and I think the honest way that I could word it was that I just have got older, and I don't hero worship as much anymore. I think that there was obviously a bit of a weird relationship there anyway now with what's happened. He was kind of getting towards, you know, the time where, you know, you start to wonder how long these people will have anyway. And I don't know, I just found myself really reading what people were saying, and kind of accepting it quite quickly. But in regards to, you know, how I feel and what I want to do, I feel like I want to pay respect to him. I feel like I want to be nice, kind, respectful, positive. That's how I feel. I don't feel like I want to be negative, or I want to tell the world what he's done or how much of a bad person he was, or I don't feel that. I don't feel that. Maybe I should, but I don't. I don't feel that. I feel like the wrestling world has really lost a legend, and we should celebrate what he did for wrestling. That's how I feel at the moment. So actually getting the energy to stream whatever, no, I was actually quite excited to stream because I was quite excited to get into your thoughts and see what you lot had to say and see kind of where the community was, you know, see where the wrestling world was, see where the conversation was. I knew this would be Hogan heavy, of course, but I was really, the energy comes from, I think, the excitement of chatting with you guys about kind of everything that's been going on, you know? I mean, it's not just Hogan. There's been new figures that have been shown at San Diego Comic-Con. Some great stuff, like there's a Wyatt 6 box set that's been shown. There's a new Bull Nakano figure, which I'm really excited about. There's some new Demolition figures that have been shown. There's new WWE Street Fighter crossover figures that have been shown. There's obviously a bit of news that's been around, the Hogan thing as well. You know, how are you lot feeling about it? It's all, you know, well and good talk about how I'm feeling about it, but how are you lot feeling about it? So I actually came onto this stream with plenty of energy and plenty of excitement because talking about wrestling is something I love to do, obviously, and having some topics, really powerful, big, juicy topics for us to actually get our teeth into, that's massively exciting to me. So it didn't affect my energy. I felt really good. I still feel really good. It's just a very, very sad situation, and extra sad because, as I said, you can't just sit here and be like, "What a guy! Wow!" You know, you can't really do that. You have to find a balance, or at least I feel I have to find a balance, and that's a little bit tricky, to be honest. Joe said, R.I.P. to the Hulkster and to Ozzy. Our childhood took a beating this week. The memories will live on, and this should be an emotional show for all of us, says Joe. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe it's just me. I don't really feel like this is going to be that emotional for me. I wonder if part of it is because of what's happened, that there was a distance there. I wonder if there was a distance. There was a distance between me and Hogan. When I went to Orlando, I did go to his shop because I love wrestling. Hogan is a massive name. And so I went to his shop to have a look at the wrestling merch and look back at like him and Andre. And as I said, I did not feel... I mean, if there was a Chris Benoit shop, I would not have gone in, of course. I mean, it goes without saying, right? It goes without saying. So the way I felt about him, obviously different to the way that I feel about Chris Benoit, right? I'm only saying that because people, I can sort of hear in my head people going, you know, after what he did, how could you go in there? How could you, you know, support him and all this kind of stuff? And it's like, well, I don't like what he did. I don't know that anyone does, but I kind of feel like he was wrestling and that character was wrestling, and that character is in the conversation for going on Mount Rushmore. And I did see a WrestleMania post where they actually put Stone Cold Rock. It's funny, actually. They put up a post of Stone Cold Rock and Undertaker, and they said, who's the missing fourth person for this Mount Rushmore? And the replies were like, how have you not got Hogan on there? And WrestleMania said, I don't put racists on my Mount Rushmore. And this was about an hour or so before he passed away, and then later on they're paying tribute to him. And you kind of go, yeah, that is the dilemma, isn't it? You can be 10 toes down 1 minute, you can stand your ground 1 minute, you can plant your flag 1 minute, and then literally the next minute you got to kind of pivot to you know, he'll be remembered forever. So I was kind of like, yeah, it's one of those kind of weird days, isn't it, for people? So, yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be sad for people, and I definitely choose to focus on the positive. I don't think this is going to be an emotional show for me, but it's going to be a show where I am respectful, definitely. And I kind of hope that people can find that in them to find that, you know. So, Joe, shout out to you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciated that, and I can understand. I can understand it is going to be an emotional show for many, many people. Michael actually carrying on that same sentiment. Michael said, how many of those people that are burying Hogan have said something in the past? Older family members said something. If exposed, would they still have the same energy that they did towards Hogan? None of us are perfect, says Michael. So that's Michael's stance on it. And I think a lot of people can understand that. I mean, for the record, to my knowledge, I have never said anything racist. So I can't agree with, you know, if your past was exposed, you know, how many of us have kind of said things. I mean, said things that we regret is different, you know. I've had arguments with partners that, you know, looking back on, you go, what was that about, right? But, you know, never anything like what Hogan was guilty of doing. So it's one of those where, yes, I mean, look, we've all made mistakes. Humans make mistakes. So we've all made mistakes. There's varying degrees of mistakes that get made, and no one is perfect. I can agree with that, but I don't know. I think the thing with Hogan is it's not just that one thing. That's a bit of the issue, is that it's not just that one thing. It's not just that one moment. He could have been on a 10-year tour of kind of you know, putting it right. And had he have done that, I think he would have been remembered a lot fondly today. A lot fondly. You know, instead he flipping didn't really apologise, tried to pretend as if everything was okay, went on to flipping, was it Logan Paul? And said the wrestling fans are so forgiving. I mean, if they can forgive me for what happened, they can forgive anything. And a load of wrestling fans are like, they haven't forgiven you. I think you're living in a dreamland if you think that wrestling fans have just forgiven you. And so, you know, he's kind of, and then like he's launched a beer, and he's, I mean, like launched a freestyle wrestling thing, and I think there was like a bit of a crypto thing, an NFT thing that he was doing for a time. Like, rather than spend like, it's been 10 years since those comments leaked, and I just don't know. I just don't think that the effort was put into the apology. I don't think that that was the level it should have been at. So it's so hard. I feel like if someone's gonna say like he made a mistake, we need to move on, my counter is going to be, I think it was more than just a mistake, to be honest. I don't think the apology was good enough. And I think that there's, you know, lots of lies that he's told. There's lots of people that have come out and said he politicized against them. I just think that there was more to it than just one mistake. And I don't think he apologized for that mistake. So that's the issue. If that's what people are saying, I don't know that that's quite accurate. But then equally, you could say he just wanted to move on from it. You know, he just wanted to move on. That's how he dealt with it. It happened. It was awkward. He just wanted to move on from it. And you can kind of go, well, I suppose in a way I can kind of see that. I can sort of see that. But then people didn't feel like they got closure. So, but then people want to talk about how amazing his matches were, how amazing his moments were. I hate him for what he did. I hate that we have to sit here and flipping dissect it like this, when we can't just flipping sit here and go, man, him and Andre, there is no bigger moment. And if there is a bigger moment, it might be him and Rock, right? Hulkamania revolutionized the business. He was in Rocky 3. That made him a monster star. And, without him and Vince, if it wasn't Hogan, it would have been someone else. Word on the street is that Vince thought about going Dusty, and Dusty might have been that person, but I don't know, would Dusty have worked as well? Dusty didn't really have the look of Hogan. He wasn't big and jacked like Hogan, so would it have worked? Was Hogan the right person? Was he the only person that could have got WWE to the heights that it got? Someone else might have been okay, might have been good, but might not have got wrestling to the heights that it had got to. And this is why people are emotional. This is why people are paying respects, because it's hard to know what an alternative timeline would look like, but it's very easy to understand that there could have been someone other than Hogan that was in that position, that was good, but did not elevate wrestling to the level that it got to, right? And the 80s then look very different. And the 90s probably mean that we're done, to be honest. Because we dropped from the 80s real hard in the 90s. And it's only because we were at such a high level that when we drop down to a survivable level. And then Attitude Era comes in. If we were lower and we had dropped... Well, to be honest, Vince already said if WrestleMania 1 didn't work, they could have gone out of business there and then. So if someone other than Hogan had been in Hogan's position and WrestleMania 1 had not worked, I don't know that WWE sees 1986, 1987. Might not even be around, might not be anywhere near close enough to get to an Attitude Era. It could have absolutely gone under. Maybe AWA would have then gone, continued, because they would have got all of that talent. So maybe we would be sat here as either AWA fans or probably more likely WCW fans. I think WCW would have still gone the exact same way. They would have got more of that talent early. They would have been largely unopposed. I think their ratings would have been even better. They would have been, if you want wrestling, that would be one of your only places to go and see it. AWA might have continued. And so, I think WCW would have ultimately won, to be honest. I don't think the management was quite there for AWA. Whereas WCW, I think, they could have weathered some storms if WWE was not around, and I think they would have carried on. So, I mean, honestly, it's really not hard to go back and look at a timeline where without Hulk Hogan, there is no Attitude Era, John Cena, Randy Orton. They might have gone WCW, but there would not have been the timeline that we know. I think it's nearly impossible to not put Hogan on a Mount Rushmore for WWE. It's nearly impossible. Because of exactly that. I think he was the right man at the right time. So there we go. Trying to find some balance. Wrestling Russ said, hello, family. I'm on vacation. I just popped in to say hi. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation today. I knew it would be. And hopefully people are getting their points across, getting their thoughts across. Artistic Skills said, born in the 80s, Hulkamaniac. Did WWE do a tribute? We're going to find out, but they are doing one. I mean, again, if we just flip over to the preview, WWE remembers Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan. So there will be a tribute tonight. Whether it will be in front of the crowd and all that, we're going to wait and see. I don't think it will, because I don't think WWE are going to want to take the chance after what happened at the Netflix premiere. I mean, that's surely got to be in their mind. It's in my mind. I think that he deserves to be recognized. He deserves to be honored. That character does in particular. And I think that I would not have been against a 10-bell salute for him at the start of this show. I just don't have confidence that the crowd would honor it. I don't know that the crowd would stay quiet throughout or not, voice their displeasure. I think he personally deserves that. I don't know if I get roasted for that. I don't really care, to be honest. I've tried my hardest to provide balance throughout this whole thing. I think that character definitely deserves that. And I think that, that's what we would do. That's what we did for like Terry Funk and Bray Wyatt, is we brought people out on the entrance stage. And they had like a 10-bell salute and things like that. They won't make this whole episode about Hogan because they know the temperature. And also, we've got other things we need to do. We're building to SummerSlam. But you've got to do something, right? You've got to do something. So I'm expecting a graphic. I'm expecting a video tribute thing, which I've already seen they've made, and it's out on their YouTube. I'd imagine they'll play that. And then whatever these tributes are from some of the other legends like $1 Million Man and whatever, I think that there'll be something there. Artistic Skills said, I'm 38, just hurt. Younger fans won't understand, said Artistic Skills. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if younger fans will understand. I mean, hopefully the more we talk about what we just spoke about how Vince said that if WrestleMania 1 didn't work, they were in big trouble. They put all the eggs in the basket. They strapped the company to Hulkamania. Hulkamania is, we put the company on the back of that, and we went to the moon. It was a rocket that went to the moon, and WWE went to the moon with it. So again, I think talking about that and really focusing on that and mentioning things like that, hopefully it helps those younger fans understand kind of where we've been. But it is it's difficult, isn't it? Because he's also been a bit of a name that shall not be mentioned, in recent years. I mean, the amount of appearances he's made since 2015 are very limited. He's made appearances, but not loads, to be honest. It really changed everything, so such a shame. Such a shame. It's such a shame that the Netflix premiere was his last appearance. It's such a shame that he wasn't working on finding a better relationship or, forming a better relationship with the fans. He was just doing projects. He was just spending his time trying to get this freestyle wrestling thing off the ground, and always trying to make a quick buck. And I wish he'd spent more energy trying to better the relationship with the wider fan base, I mean, he met fans at his shop, and loads of people that loved him, loads of people that went into his store to meet him, and, there's a lot of pain that's out there. There's a lot of Hulkamaniacs that are still out there that are hurting. And I really, really understand. Having watched what I watched as a kid, having seen on those videotapes Hulk Hogan and Hulkamania, and, we spoke about WrestleMania 9, didn't we? About how, I was all week waiting to find out who'd won. Was it Brett? Was it Yoko? And then it turned out to be Hogan. And loads of people are down on that, but I like it. I like it. That is one of my favourite Hogan moments ever, believe it or not, because it might represent a lot of frustration for Bret Hart fans. But for me, I just remember being a kid, and I remember thinking all week, who's won the belt? Is it Bret or is it Yoko? It had all been built into this. Is it Bret or is it Yokozuna? Can Bret even beat Yokozuna? How do you even beat Yokozuna? I mean, he is so big. I mean, Bret was so up against it that it's like, oh God, what has happened? What has happened? That is really wrestling in its purest form, is that mystery of major babyface, major heel, who has won at WrestleMania. And you watch the match is all right, it's fine. It's not amazing, it's fine. If you watch it, it's fine. And then, Yoko wins. And then Hogan comes down. And Bret's like, go on, face him. Mr. Fuji's like, Yoko's in, or put the belt up against you right now. And we get a flipping main event that no one was expecting. And everyone's like, oh, sucked. He stole Bret's moment and all this. I got to tell you, man, as a kid that spent a whole week wondering who had flipping won that main event, to get the tape, watch it unfold, and the show end with Hulk Hogan as the champion, you go, what the... I mean, it was just like, wow. My love for wrestling was here, like before WrestleMania 9. Afterwards, it was like up here. And it's a bad WrestleMania, but it's things like that people don't really take into consideration when they talk about WrestleMania 9. They don't take into consideration the fact that Hogan wins the belt and none of us had a flipping clue it was going to go that way. And it was just talking points. We talk about talking points. We talk about those water cooler moments. We talk a lot about like, oh man, going to work on Monday, like, did you see what happened at WrestleMania? I mean, that is a great one right there, where Hogan comes back and gets it. Thing was, by that point, if you'd watched wrestling for a while, a lot of people were tired of Hogan because, he'd been Mr. 80s, hadn't he? Oh my God. I'd imagine a lot of people were like, can't get rid of this guy. Jesus, he's come back and now he's won the belt again. So, there was a lot of people that were like not feeling it. But as a young kids that had only been watching wrestling for less than a year, probably about 6 months by that point, something along those lines, and was just trying to catch up by getting videotapes whenever I could from a car boot, right? Going to like a garage sale, just trying to get videotapes. I'm trying to catch up and I'm seeing what's happened where we've been in the past. And, to me, Hogan hadn't outstayed his welcome. I was not a big Hogan fan. He was not my guy, but I could recognize his star power. I could recognize that he was the major name, the big name, just like how Roman is now. Yeah. And so for me, it was amazing. Flipping loved it. It's one of my favorite Hogan moments is WrestleMania 9, which for many people will be one of their least favorite Hogan moments. But yeah, it's about timing, isn't it? I've just told you the story so you understand my mindset. But there'll be a lot of people that watched since the 80s that were tired of Hogan that would be really down on that result. It's kind of interesting, isn't it, how what you're going through and where you are in life and how much wrestling you've watched, how it really drastically changes your appreciation of certain moments. It's a bit of a lesson for me, and I think for a lot of us that, there'll be people out there that will watch a show and give it flipping 8 out of 10, and you might think it's a 5, but they're maybe looking at it from a very, very different perspective than how you're looking at it. So, yeah. WrestleMania 9 still sucked, though. Chris said, I'm not sure about WCW because his turn really made them, said Chris. Yes, but if there's no WWE, if they go out of business, he may have gone over to WCW. And who knows kind of how that would have played. They would have had to have found a slightly different story, of course, because The Outsiders is all kind of WWF talent invading. So, they would have had to have found different stories. But then saying that, if you take a load of wrestlers from WWE like Warrior and, Jake the Snake and Mr. Perfect and all of these people, and you put them in WCW earlier, then, what impact is that going to have? I think at the end of the day, people love wrestling. And wrestling is something that is very popular and has been throughout the decades. So if WCW is one of your only options on TV, then, you're going to tune into that. Just like how WWE has been the only option on TV for a lot of people on mainstream TV. There's been plenty of stuff they've served up that has not been very good. But, it's been the only option. I mean, AEW came along in 2019. There was obviously TNA that was a competition kind of in the 2000s a bit. But I think by the time we're getting to the 2010s, TNA is not really much competition. WWE is just kind of out there on its own. And, there's a lot of stuff that they're pumping out that really is poor. But people tune in, people watch it because there's not really any other wrestling that's accessible for them, and you get used to the characters and everything. So I think without WWE, if then you've got to look at what other promotions were around at the time. I mean, you have got things like the UWF, but I mean that just was a flipping disaster. That was not going to stick around. AWA, I think, was really running out of steam. Maybe they would have benefited by having some superstars go back if WWE went out of business in 86, 87. Maybe they would have had Hogan back. Maybe they would have had Mean Gene back. Maybe they would have had Kurt Hennig back, like Mr. Perfect. Plenty of stars came out of AWA. So maybe some of them would have gone back. Maybe AWA would have been stronger. But I don't think we are sat here with no wrestling. I mean, if nothing else, I'm sure we would have been sat here with AEW. But I think something would have continued from that time period. I think one promotion at least would have found a way of kind of making it through to today. I think that would likely be WCW because of the network connections that Turner had, putting them on his network, the money that he had. I mean, I think Turner would have just bought out anyone that went to AWA anyway. I think Turner would have just got them. They could have gone back to AWA. Turner would have had them, would have bought them. They would have gone to WCW. And then, you know, it doesn't even matter if the shows don't reach the heights they ended up reaching. There's no alternative. The 90s would have been a very different periods. You might have had more mid shows. You wouldn't have had a war. But, you know, that would have been your wrestling. And then it would have gone, I just think it would have continued because there wouldn't have been like competition really. It's so hard to say what would have happened in an alternative timeline, but if I'm a guessing man, I'm kind of, you know, educated guessing in that direction. So, Marvelin said, Daze, can you lend me $5? Marvelin, thank you for the $5. Unfortunately, I can't. I might be able to lend you $2.50, but YouTube take 50% of all the super chat stuff because they're evil. Edward said, Daze, as a person who didn't grow up on Hulk Hogan, all I can say is what he did for this business will never be forgotten as a wrestler. R.I.P. Hulk. I can't really comment though because I didn't see much. Bones said it's a good chat. I'm enjoying the conversation. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm pleased about that. That's what we always aim to do. That's what I always aim to do. I know I'll go on. I know I'll waffle. I think we all knew this was going to be Hogan heavy. And I'm trying to find that centre ground. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find that centre ground. I'm trying to find that position where it's like we pay respect to the man and we honour the man and we honour the character and all of that. But equally, for those people that are struggling to do that, for those people that, you know, can't just park the criticism right now, then fine, you know, let in those voices being heard. I think that's fine. I think that's balance. I am weary of giving that too loud of a platform at the moment. I think this is a time for reflection and respect, more so than negativity, but it's hard. It's a tricky one, this. It's a tricky one. I don't know. It's going to be like this when Vince passes as well, to be honest. When Vince passes away, really the only other person that I think you could say had a bigger impact than wrestling than Hogan is Vince. And you can maybe make an argument for Stone Cold helping to win the Attitude Era War. I think Vince said no wrestler had made more money for the business than Stone Cold. Stone Cold was like white. He wasn't red hot. He was white hot, right? I mean, it was like during that Attitude Era. I don't know what different colours the flames go when they're at their most intense. There's a blue in there at some point. But whatever the hottest colour is, right? He went beyond yellow, right? He went beyond red. Went nuclear. So Stone Cold is in the conversation, of course. But Vince is the ultimate. Vince is the number one. I don't think there is anybody. No, there isn't. There's no one that's had an impact on pro wrestling bigger than Vince McMahon Jr. There's no one. There's no one. You can throw your Luthezes and your Toots Monts and your flipping Frank Gotches and your flipping Gorgeous Georges, your Sam Mushnicks. You can, your Inokis, your Ricky Dozans, your El Santos. I'm thinking Japan, I'm thinking Mexico, I'm thinking NWA presidents, I'm thinking, these are the kind of names I'm thinking, but I would not say anyone had an impact on wrestling greater than Vince McMahon. So imagine when he passes away. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what WWE do, because this might be the template for Vince. Because you can't just ignore. I mean, it depends if he's going to get convicted. If he's going to be convicted, then that's different, isn't it? Because Hogan's not guilty of any kind of big serious crime, right? Like Vince is for sex trafficking and whatnot. So we'll have to see. That could be different, actually. But if I don't know, I've got a feeling this case is going to drag. I've got a feeling they're going to keep stalling. I mean, it's been going years already. I think they're going to keep stalling it and delaying it and dragging it. And I think that, I don't know when it'll reach its conclusion. I also wonder if they might settle. I mean, it would cost him a lot of money, but what if he offered her like 50 million or something like that? I mean, he was paying her like 2 million. 2 million to stay quiet, and he didn't pay make the payment. I have no idea why. I don't feel sorry for him. I'm just saying, flipping madness, right? So I don't know what's it cost now. He sends an offer over of, listen, that's 50 million. I don't know that she would accept it. Actually, I don't know that she would accept it. The words coming out of her camp are that she wants to kind of stand up for other victims and things like that. Like I don't think this is motivated by money, but I don't know. Would it be shocking if it turns out that she's accepted a settlement? What if he offers her 100 million? I don't know. Listen, the $1 million man told me everyone's got a price. That's what I learned from a very young age, right? Everyone's got a price. I mean, it might be that he does manage to get it to go away. If he gets convicted, I think we go down a different road to if he's not convicted. But that's going to be another kind of real awkward one. A real awkward one. Stephen said, Daze, I hope you're well. To focus back on SmackDown, the segment with Jelly Roll is going to be good. I'm looking forward to a new football season. Ipswich have signed free agent Ashley Young. Stephen, shout out to you, bud. Are you a jelly roller, are you? Are you a jelly heads, Stephen? Jelly Roll is not someone I know. To be honest, I think I only know one of his songs, and I think I only know it because he's played it at wrestling before. That Liar song. It's the only thing I know from him. So, personally, not a jelly heads, but... yeah, if you're excited, then let's go. That's what wrestling is all about. Nightmares Adventure said, I remember when Vince said the hard N word on national TV. Wildcat Meow said, I think it's going to be a whole show dedicated to Hogan, kind of like Eddie, says Wildcat Meow. I don't know, but because I don't know, with Eddie, the fans loved him. With Hogan, the fans clearly did not in January, the Netflix premiere. And yes, a man has passed away, and that will maybe soften the reaction. But can you have confidence that you can do stuff in the ring and the crowd are going to be respectful? I sitting here right now don't have confidence in that. I don't have confidence in that. I don't have confidence that I could, if I was putting this show together, I would not do anything in front of that live crowd. I don't have confidence in it, and I think that if you want to pay respect to that character, and if you want to give that character a fit-in send-off, I think the optics of doing a tribute in front of a live audience that is booing, I think that is terrible. I think that has to be avoided. I think you can't run that risk. You can't run that risk. Because if you bring all the talent out for a 10-bell salute and everyone's booing, That's going to go everywhere, isn't it? That's going to be all over the news. That's going to be, everyone's going to be talking about it. It's not going to be about Hogan and pay him respect. It's going to be about, did you see how the fans reacted? I would not do that at all. I would not do that at all. I think that you have Michael Cole say a few words and throw to video packages, and you show them in the arena, and if the fans are going to boo, then that's fine. You don't play the crowd noise during the video packages. Then immediately after you go to commercial break, you don't throw back to the crowd where the crowd are booing. You know, they might not. I mean, they really might not. It might be that I'm reading it wrong, but they had no problem in booing him in January. No problem booing him in January whatsoever. Made news around the world, the reaction he had in January. So we're only, 6 months removed from that. So I just don't have confidence that it would be respected. So I think actually how they do the tributes tonight is going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. James said, did you see that Chikara are signed with TNA? Fun fact, Hogan has appeared in 51 wrestling video games. That is more than anyone else. That is a great fact, actually. That is a great fact. Jones said, I haven't got USA and I really want to see the Hulk send-off. I don't know if you can get a VPN, but it's going to be on Netflix in the UK. I don't know if an American Netflix would work in the UK. I'm not sure. So all I can tell you is that I'm in the UK and that is where I am watching it. I'm watching it on Netflix. Hannah said, what's your favourite Hogan fight or segment? Of course, there are many, like Hogan slamming Andre, and that defines what wrestling is about, or Hogan forming the NWO, and that helped alter the business forever. Yeah, very much so. I think that I'd already given the one that I think is probably the one that others wouldn't have, which would be WrestleMania 9 and Hogan winning the title. That's one of my favourites because of what it meant to me at the time. I think from a historical point of view, you've nailed the two biggest. And I think the face-to-face with The Rock, I think that story of Hogan coming back and being the Mr. WCW, Mr. NWO, coming in back to the WWE, taking on their big new star, The Rock, that they love. You know, it was very clear as to what the plan was. You've got heel Hogan, NWO, left WWE, went to a rival company, and you've got The Rock, who's Mr. WWE now, yeah? Get in the ring, face-to-face, crowd going bananas, and all the fans just remembered their youth, and they just remembered what this guy had done for them and who he was, and Hulkamania, and they were just completely overcome with nostalgia and completely overcome with Hulkamania. It ran wild, and it ran wild that night to the point where they were like, sorry, Rock, this is the OG, and you're great and all, but this is actually our guy. And they had to reverse the roles during the match. And so Hogan was meant to be heel, was going to wrestle heel. Rock was going to be face, he was going to wrestle face. And the beginning of the match told them, those crowd reactions said to them, you need to switch this. And so they did. And so, you know, that's why I think, is it the next night Hogan turns his back on the NWO? And, you know, we were done with heel Hogan. The fans have made their voices heard. Incredible. Incredible. It's, I suppose, in a way, it would be like flipping Daniel Bryan coming back from a much lower example, of course. But it'd be like Daniel coming back from AEW. And, you know, him coming in as a heel, coming in as, like, you know, Mr. AEW to take on, I don't know, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns. And actually the fans in the crowd start yesing, start going, no, actually, this was our guy. Do you remember WrestleMania 30? Do you remember Yeselmania? Do you remember that? Do you remember how big that was? Sorry, Seth. Sorry, Roman. This is actually our guy. And everyone starts Imagine, that'd be sick, wouldn't it? That would actually be sick. So that's obviously a great moment for Hogan. That shows the power of Hulkamania, and it shows that it never, well, to that point, hadn't died. I don't know that it's dead now, to be honest with you. It still runs. It jogs. It's jogging. It's jogging. Hulkamania's jogging wild. So yeah, it is. There's loads. There's absolutely loads of like Hogan classic moments. You know, him in the flipping builds. You know, him and Miss Elizabeth and the Mega Powers exploding, and like the whole build to that was incredible. Him and Andre, but not just at WrestleMania 3, but the rematch, which is the most watched TV segments. Incredible. Him training with Mr. T as they're getting ready for WrestleMania 1 was like really fun vignettes, and there was like really great stuff that kind of came out of that. Obviously, his match with the Warrior, and they had a little moment at the Rumble where it was just them two in the ring. They're kind of looking around. The crowd's going crazy because you're showing them a matchup the crowd, I don't think, ever thought possible. You know, you maybe in passing you go, oh, imagine in the Rumble it gets down to Hogan and Ultimate Warrior. Like, what would happen then? Like, I'm sure these are conversations people theorized around, whatever, but to actually see it at the Rumble, where it comes down to those two and Hogan's looking around as the crowd are trying to figure out, like, oh my God, I love both of these. And like the crowd are picking their sides, and there's an energy, and you know, they did it because they wanted to know if doing it at WrestleMania 6 would be well received or if people wouldn't. But the crowd made their voices heard, and WrestleMania 6 was on. We were locked in. And obviously then the Ultimate Challenge, which as a kid was one of my favorite videos. That match, I mean, that is two absolute behemoths colliding. That is, you know, in many ways, it's kind of the babyface equivalent of Hogan Andre, because Hogan Andre is, you know, a monster heel and a monster face going up against it, colliding at WrestleMania 3. It's like the two biggest names in the world. It's like if we could find a god from the East and a god from the West, and we could like bring them together in an epic showdown with everything on the line. That to me is Hogan Andre, WrestleMania 3. It is just the biggest bad guy, literally and figuratively, against, you know, the biggest babyface, and it's just incredible. It's flipping incredible. The match itself is not, but that face-to-face is. I've said so many times, if I had to have a poster on my wall of just one moment from wrestling history, just one image, just one moment that I could have on my wall, it would be Hogan face-to-face with Andre. I would love a shot of the whole ring, crowd in the background, Andre just nonchalantly sort of standing there. You know, the thing with Andre was that he just casually just stood there, sort of like looking down. And it was Hogan that was the one that was like going over to him, like all hulked up, you know? He was the one that was stepping up to Andre, like, because he had to. Andre didn't have to. Andre didn't have to. Andre knew. I've been in the ring with people like you so many times. Like, this is nothing to me. And he kind of looks down on him, and he's not, you know, Andre could have been like this. He could have gone really big and dramatic. But actually, it was so much better that he didn't. So much better that he didn't. Because it really got across the fact that he was just not bothered, not fazed by Hulkamania. But because of that, it showed the size of the challenge. It made the challenge even bigger. If you've got someone that's having to like G themselves up, really try to intimidate their opponent, that says to me, psychology-wise, they're a bit intimidated. They're trying to, you know, get in your head. The fact Andre didn't do that, he just stood there, just nonchalantly sort of looking down at him, said to me, just, so, you know, subconsciously said, not bothered, didn't care. right? Not about the moment, but about Hogan. I don't care about you. You're not a threat to me. And he just stands there, looks down at him, and it's Hogan that's having to like, I'm going to beat you. I am. He's the one that's having to like G himself up. And he's like, and he steps up to him, and he's like shaking his head and all this stuff. And he's like looking up at that moment. It's just pure. It's just pure. It's just pure. I don't know what pure cocaine is like, right? From the source, from the cocaine tree, right? I don't know what the purest cocaine is like, but that is pure pro wrestling. It's just perfect. Hogan was involved in a perfect wrestling moment. And you could maybe say more than once. I mean, you could say that he had the greatest heel turn, which I think he did. My mind was blown when people were telling me that Cena's heel turn was better than the Hogan turn. My mind was blown, still blown to this day. I don't think the Cena turn is in the same neighborhood as the Hogan turn. It's not in the same neighborhood. The impact on the business of that Hogan turn is it changed and revolutionized the business. The impact of the Cena heel turn on the business it's been all right, a bit flat. I'm not sure I would have done it. It's completely different. So you could point to, so many moments. But you got to put over that Andre match, WrestleMania 3. That's not only Hogan's biggest moment. It might be wrestling's biggest moment. Amazing. Just amazing. But Mania 6 was the first time I watched wrestling, said Neil. I was hooked after watching that match. Massive Warrior fan, though. And still watching 35 years later. It was incredible, wasn't it? Incredible. And, I think the Canada was the right place for it as well. Was it the Sky Dome? Just such a big, very airy, spacious venue. I mean, it felt like it needed a very special set-in for a match of that magnitude. And, being in that dome and having 60,000 there. Oh, it just felt right. It needed something like that. You could have done, you could have, I don't know if WrestleMania 3 was that venue. Was that the Hoosier Dome? That was a dome as well, actually. What is it about him being in domes? I'm sure that was a dome. I'm sure that had a roof on it at WrestleMania 3. So WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 6, all domed. So, yeah, he was... that match needed, the right sort of venue for that. Like, it needed to match the magnitude, and they just got it bang on. I mean, if you think, unfortunately, WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 5, they're both at Trump Plaza, and that was just a small indoor sort of space, convention center kind of a thing. I don't think that would have been right for Warrior Hogan. You could have done it there. It would have been fine. But I think the match definitely benefits from... Actually, do you know what? The match probably benefits from the fact that 4 and 5 are in small venues, and then 6 is... this big stadium, right? This big dome. And so actually, from a subconscious point of view, small WrestleMania, massive dome, stadium. And then that's when you do Warrior Hogan. I think it benefits from that. When I think about WrestleMania 6, I think big, I think spacious, I think airy. And yeah, what an amazing collision that was of two baby faces. It's funny, isn't it? Because we talk a lot about I don't think they'll want to do babyface, and one of the first answers you get is, well, they did it at WrestleMania 6, and you go, well, yeah, true. And it's just the impact that Hogan had on the business. You can just constantly find different ways that he had an impact on the business. Nick Aldis said he showed us what was possible. He showed us what could be achieved. And it's true, isn't it? It's true. Because he took wrestling to a height it hadn't been to before. And I think he showed them what was possible in regards to how big the shows could be on a regular basis and how much money could be made and how much merch could be sold and how you don't have to just stay in the wrestling lane. You can do films. I mean, I think he was the first to do a film. I'm not sure of anyone that did wrestlers that did movies, big Hollywood movies before Rocky. I think there were wrestling movies that had wrestlers in. I don't know them to be big box office smash hits. But yeah, there was wrestlers that had gone into films, but I'm not aware of anyone being in a film like Rocky 3 that was just flipping huge. I mean, he still played a wrestler, in all fairness. But yeah, I mean, his crossover into Hollywood's, you know, I mean, he did other films after that, of course. He had a bit of a career, not the greatest career. We all remember and saw No Holds Barred. I went to the cinema to watch Suburban Commando. Flipping loved it. I was only young, and I mean, if you've never seen that film, it's kind of a kid's film in a way. It's pretty bonkers. I actually downloaded it the other day. I'm going to watch it again because I haven't seen it in years. And you know, I didn't realise until years later that Undertaker was in it. I didn't realise. As a kid, I will have seen... I would have known of Undertaker by that point. But I don't know, I'd never as a kid, like, clicked that one of the characters... He wasn't a major character, but one of the characters was Undertaker. I wasn't really looking out for other wrestlers, so I just never clicked that one of them was Undertaker, but he was in that film as well. So there you go. If you're looking for a good movie to sit down and watch, maybe I recommend Suburban Commando, which I have not seen in about flipping 20-odd years and has probably aged terribly, to be honest. Nathan said, being here has made the past few days feel better. I can't believe I subscribed. It was 4 years ago. Nathan, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been with us a long time. That's obviously an amazing feeling to know that we're able to consistently provide conversations and topics that, you know, resonate with people. And I really appreciate that. I know I waffle. I know I don't get to as many points as ideally I would like to. But hopefully the conversations that we are able to have are of interest. And, you know, it's great that so many people join us on a regular basis. So hopefully long may that continue. We're going to find out what WWE do and how they pay respects to Hulk Hogan and Hulkamania. We've just got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Daze Natty has changed her social name to Low-Key Legends. I wonder if WWE will acknowledge this new version, said TJF. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if that is a new nickname for her. I probably prefer it to the Boat, to be honest. I think the Boat's fun, throwaway, best of all time. I mean, the thing is, like, I think GOAT is obviously widely used and understood. Boat has got a little bit of kind of a comedy sort of feeling to it. And I don't know. I don't know that it's kind of unique to her. And if she likes it, then fine. She's the Boat. But I don't know. I think there could be something a little more classy to kind of honor and respect Natalia. I mean, Low-Key Legend is, you know, fine, that's cool. Maybe that's something they can start using. I like the whole Natty thing, though. I'm still waiting for them to use that. I hope they do bring that to WWE. I thought they would use it in Evolve, but sadly they didn't. She's been using that on the Indies, this kind of natty character with like a real attitude. She's got her hair in braids and, like, you know, she kind of rips her fake nails off and smudges her makeup. And she's all about, like, getting in there and hurting people. And I'm like, oh, God, this is the Natty I want. For some reason, they just don't seem to want to bring that girl to WWE. Nick said, I think we're in a Republican state tonight. I don't think there will be boos. Well, I think that's going to help, definitely. Whether we can bank on that, because obviously the Republican-Democrat thing was one aspect, but I think the bigger aspect was the racism. So, I think even Democrats, Republicans, I think there's kind of people being offended across the board. So, yeah, maybe a more positive reaction than what he got in California. And who knows, perhaps people know that this is a time to be respectful. Maybe people know that there are family members and friends that are hurting at the moment. That I don't know what booing him achieves. Let's put it that way. I'm not sure what it massively achieves. So I personally think this is a time for light, positivity, respect. I think it's a time for that personally, which is why I tried to make the unseen video reflect that. But I know not everyone shares that same opinion, and I think they will be able to make a good argument as to why they don't feel that way. I don't know. I just know that if I was doing this show, I'd be really worried of what the live crowd were going to do and what the optics would be. So I'm interested to see. I'm really interested to see. Will we open with a 10-bell salute? If we do and the crowd observe it, I think that's amazing. I think that's amazing. I think that's great. Again, I might get hate for that. I don't know. It's one of those where I think whatever you say, you're going to get trouble. If you're really down on him, you're going to get people coming after you going, really, that's how you feel now? You can't just park that for a day. But then equally, if you are like positive, it's like, really, you're going to back up someone that made those comments. It's like, honestly, this is in a way a no-win situation. This is a situation where I don't know which way you can turn. You've just got to be honest and just stand your ground, really. That's all you can do. Which is why I was honest in saying I don't think I'm going to be emotional tonight. There was definitely a distance that I had with Hogan after, everything that's been down. But again, I do believe that this is not the time for negativity and all of that. I think this is a time for positivity and, remembering the impact that character had. So, don't know. Less than a minute to go. We'll find out. We'll find out. I kind of think I should have started earlier, honestly, because there's so many different things to talk about. I feel like we only just flipping started. Adam, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. So a big thank you to Joe and Michael, Wrestling Russ, Artistic Skills, Chris Tucker, Marvland, Adam. Adam, have I followed you? I've been trying to follow people. Adam, I've followed you. It's happened. You're up to 2 subscribers now, but I mean, I know you're not looking for subscribers, but I've done it anyway, Adam. I'm just checking some of these others. Joe, I've subscribed. Michael, I've subscribed. Wrestling Russ, I've subscribed. I love your picture with your dog. Shout out to you, Artistic Skills. I'm going to your channel as well, as we are about to start. Bum, 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 bum. Right, here we go, kids. Here we go. Surely we start with a graphic. We definitely do that, but do we start with a 10-bell salute, or what do we do? Here we go. Here we go. Then, now, forever together. Well, we haven't started with the graphic before the then, now, forever together bit. Jordan said double digits. I've subscribed, Jordan. I have subscribed. Jordan, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Let's see how a WWE going to pay tributes to Hogan and Hulkamania. Graphic on the Tron. So a graphic in the arena. And we do have Wow, look at that. We do have the talent in the entranceway. The fans are chanting for Hogan. So Triple H saying a few words. We've actually got the legends there. Wow, Uncle Howdy is standing there. That looked weird. I'm really surprised they've done this. We wouldn't be standing here now if it wasn't for him. Jimmy Hart's there. I thought about Jimmy straight away. So 10 bell salute. And a lovely reaction from the crowds. Perfectly observed. Perfectly observed. I think it's heartbreaking to think about that Netflix premiere and about how the optics of that were. I think the optics of this so much more positive. Amazing. Amazing. Honestly, I would not have run that risk. I would not have run that risk, but they clearly felt confident in it. And so they did it. And you got to say, man, that crowd observed it perfectly. That crowd observed it absolutely perfectly. And they've got the legends actually there. It's gone into a video package. Right, let's go down. Facts, Hogan did a lot, says Ben. Nice to see the respect. I completely agree. I completely agree. I don't know how social media is going to react to it. To be honest with you, who gives a flip? I mean, social media has time and time again shown itself repeatedly to be a flipping cesspool. So, you know, for me, as I said at the start, this is light. It's positivity. It's respect. It's everything that I've just observed. And I... Not in my wildest dreams did I think that we would be able to see that and do that. I'm just being honest. I'm just being really honest. I'm just being honest in saying that I hoped that we could have. I think that the character deserves what we've just seen, but not in my wildest dreams did I think that we would be able to actually achieve it. Not after seeing what I saw in California. And actually... obviously, the Republican thing and the Democrat thing was a factor, a big factor. I think the racism thing is a massive factor, of course. But I wonder if that Netflix premiere had been in a different place, if that reaction had been more muted. I mean, I don't think it would have been an overwhelming reaction because we've seen Hogan in different places throughout the years and it's not been an overwhelming reaction. So it's, you know... I think the reaction we've just seen there is because he's passed away. But I wonder if it would have been more positive. I wonder if there would have been more light had that Netflix premiere have been in New York, you know? I come away from that surprised, pleased, and also a bit sad to think that the last time he was on TV in WWE, he got the reaction he got, and it was so negative. And it makes me wonder, well, having seen that now, if we had done that Netflix premiere somewhere else, could it have been a little lighter than what it was? Because I don't know that people necessarily look back on that moment now with, like, much joy in their heart, you know? I think at the time, a lot of people were like, oh, did you see what they did to Hogan? Like, but obviously people didn't know he was going to die. And so I don't know that people look back on that now with that sort of same feeling. Right. I believe I saw Mark Briscoe and Dustin Rhodes. Oh, I saw Briscoe. I didn't see Dustin Rhodes. I didn't see Dustin. I did see Uncle Howdy, which, to be honest with you, felt a little strange. I kind of saw Uncle Howdy and I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, actually. But, you know. George said, I just tested positive for COVID and I'm still watching, though. George, shout out to you. I'm really sorry to hear that, but heal up. Heal up. So it's just a little video package at the moment talking about the history of Hogan. David said, if you had a what if post, what if Vince Sr. or Vern sees something in Hogan before Vince Jr.? Do we have a Crockett's style NWA in WWF when Vince Sr. dies? Well, I think, to be honest with you, I don't know of what the contract situation was when Hogan was in AWA. Vince Sr. did see something in Hogan. Ted DiBiase said in a little tribute video the other day that Vince Sr. came up to him and said, we see something big in this guy and I need you to help get him over. And so that's exactly what Ted DiBiase did in the late 70s into the early 80s, was work with Hogan. And Hogan said to him, like, I owe you one. And then years later, when Hogan came back and Hulkamania was running wild, Hogan, of course, works, program with Ted DiBiase, and Ted's making loads of money, and, he paid him back. Oh, there's that, kids. There's that, kids. So, I think Vince Sr. saw something in Hogan, but there was a bit of a line that was crossed in regards to that film. And Vince Sr. wasn't really willing to let him do the film. He didn't think it was a good look for wrestlers to go off. And I think you got to remember that back then, wrestling was still trying to keep kayfabe going. So for Hogan to go to Hollywood and act and be an actor, be someone that, performs in scripted drama, doesn't really help the notion that wrestling is real. If Hogan's going off to Hollywood acting, then is he just acting in WWF? So that is why the line was kind of drawn, to be honest with you. I think if he had seen some in Hogan, he could have... If he'd have seen something in Hogan, he could have pulled the trigger, but he didn't. And I think we would have ended up where we ended up. If Vern had seen more in Hogan, which he did see something, but if he'd have seen more in Hogan, I don't know how hard it would have been to have got him back. Okay, we do the video package. We cut back. We've got the graphic. We've still got the superstars on the entrance stage, and we fade to a black screen as we go to commercial break. So, yeah, I hope I explained that well. So, there's a lot of people watching that won't understand. Late 70s, Hogan was in WWE. WWE really liked him. They saw something in him. He wanted to go and do a film. The guy in charge, Vince's dad, said, I don't want you doing that. I don't think it's good for wrestling's perception. I don't think it's good for a wrestler to do a Hollywood film. Hogan said, I'm doing it. And so left to go and do it and did not come back, right? He then goes to the AWA, but the AWA were a bit stuck in their ways. They weren't willing to give him the ball. They weren't willing to make him the man. He was a big star and he was over and the fans loved him, and Hulkamania really starts at that point. And they dropped the ball by not really just strapping the rocket to him. But I don't know what deal he had with them, because Vince was able to get him quite easily. As soon as Vince Jr. takes over from his dad, 82, is it? 83? I mean, Hogan's in by 84. I think he's in 83, end of 83, or early 84. It's around that time Hogan comes back to the WWE. So Vince is able to get him quite quickly. So if Vince Sr. had seen a lot in him, we would have, I think, just ended up where we ended up. Vince would have just continued with Hogan. If AWA had seen more in Hogan, how hard would it have been for Vince to have got him back? If it had been hard, then we could go down a different timeline. If they had tied him down to like a major contract in the AWA and strapped the rocket to him, then, well, Vince would have had a problem, because he would have needed a Hogan replacement to have been his centerpiece, and it would have made AWA stronger. So, yeah, I mean, you are going down like a different road there. But, yeah, we didn't. They didn't. I mean, the AWA made a mistake. Vince's dad made a mistake. It's only Vince that flipping got it right and strapped the rocket to Hulkamania. Right, are we up to date with all of that? I think we're up to date with that. Let's have a look. Where are we? So big open. Ben said, do you remember when Hogan had Pasta Mania going wild? That was nostalgic. Did you taste it? No, we didn't have it over here. I'm aware of it, but it was not something we had. Liam Costa said, Daze, I saw a post saying that WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 main events, all the wrestlers are now dead. We're losing our legends. Who's at one? Is Mr. T still with us? Or did Mr. T still with us, isn't he? From 1. I mean, you could say the wrestlers are all gone, because Rowdy's gone, Orndorff's gone, and Hogan's gone. King Kong Bundy is gone, I believe, for 2. Andre Hogan gone from 3. Main event of 4 is $1 Million Man against Macho Man. So 4 is fine because $1 Million Man's still with us. So 4's fine. Macho Hogan 5, they're gone. Warrior Hogan 6, they're gone. Sid Hogan 8, they're gone. Yeah, they're correct apart from 4. 4's incorrect. Okay. We're back from commercial break. Rest in peace, Hulk. You was an icon to many of us in Gen Z. We will see you in heaven soon, said Mark. Let's have a look. I see people debating Mr. T. Mr. T is still with us, according to Wikipedia. He's 73. So Mr. T is still with us. Wade Barrett said, Hulkamania will be running wild tonight and for many nights to come. And out comes Logan Paul. What a wonderful way to move on from one of the biggest names in the history of the business to Logan Paul. Cleveland doesn't claim Logan. you know what? This crowd will cheer Hogan, but they draw the limit at Logan. They'll cheer Hogan, but not Logan. There should be a sign in the crowd that says, Hogan, Logan. That's what I would have took. Hogan, Logan. Okay, tag match is what we're building. See, so we got Logan and Jelly Roll and Randy and Drew. There we go. Daze, remember, Hogan said, welcome to the Silverdome. But it was actually the Superdome. That's an iconic moment. That is an iconic moment. I think I got them mixed up as well, actually. No, hang on. You got the Sky Dome as well, haven't you? Silverdome, Superdome, Sky Dome. I don't blame him for getting confused. You were just chanting, thank you, Logan. What's with the switch up? Yes, this city raised me. But this city didn't make me. Logan says he made the city. Right, Daze, crazy. Hogan's last match was in the UK. Oh, was it? It was in TNA, wasn't it? I wasn't... I'm not a TNA buff, so I can't really add to that. So I don't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know where his... I know his last one is a tag match with TNA. But I couldn't have told you it was in the UK. That is a fun fact. Where was it? Was it Telford? This is awful. But why have we done this? Ted DiBiase, Slaughter, Flair, all main evented in the first 8 WrestleManias and are still alive. Well, it depends what you mean by main event, doesn't it? Flair wasn't in any of the first 8 WrestleMania main events. In fact, Flair never main evented WrestleMania, but it's one of those where double main event, you know. He went up against Macho, didn't he, at 8? But it was like halfway in the middle of the show. Here's Jelly Roll. Here's Mr. Roll. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. It's getting a good reaction, you know. I went to one of those TNA events in London. I don't remember if it was the one Hogan wrestled at. I think he did appear on both nights, says Dan. Shot said, Daze, good question. Do you think Randy will turn on Jelly Roll at SummerSlam after the match and hit him with an RKO? Jelly could kick him in the skull. It makes sense. He's been acting shady. I don't know, because I think there's a chance that Randy turns on Cody later in the night. And I think they would want that to be a surprise if he does. What's that sign say? Triple H, is your wife single? This is my show. Shut your mouth and show some respects. Right now, we've got Logan Paul in the ring talking to Jelly Roll on the outside. What happened to the game I love? Yeah? What happened to the game I love? Hey, that dude's got that picture of Cody with dreads. There's a dude in the crowd that's got a shirt on, and Cody's got the dreads. You see him there in the corner? That sign was held up the other day. Livy 316. Sometimes today makes you wonder, said Oliver. But you know what? It's weird how we've just honoured Hulkamania and the impact of Hulkamania and what Hogan did to help get us to this stage. And then you show us where the stage is. This is the stage. Thank you for setting the stage. Thank you for building the platform. So we can highlight Jelly Roll and Logan Paul. This is a rah-rah speech, innit? The WWE represents me. The WWE represents every single one of us. Dude, there's a few Hulkamania shirts. A few people dressed in Stone Cold shirts. He wanted TNA to invade NXT, but we got celebs invading WWE instead, says Brony. Would you get a face tattoo like Jelly Roll? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, okay, Drew's here. Drew's got in the ring. He's got his board at shirt on. Board at work shirt. James said, Daze, another fun fact I saw earlier. Hogan's last ever WWE match was against Orton. Dusty's last match ever was against Orton. And Triple H's last televised match was against Orton, says James. He's the legend killer, isn't he? Okay, Randy's coming out. It's a very passionate, reactive crowds. Here's Randy making his way down to the ring. This is a very passionate, engaged crowd, actually. Okay, Randy has made his way down. Let's see what he's got to say. I'm still distracted by that guy wearing that shirt. Who was the superstar in the black mask in the entranceway? Was that Axiom? In my head, it's telling me Axiom, but I'd have to look back at it. Yeah, no talking. They just start going off on brawling. Drew comes over and attacks Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll goes down. Crowd is jacked tonight. Mel said, I'm in Cleveland now. I love it here. Well, I just got a lot of respect for Cleveland. Honestly, I would not have been brave enough to have done that 10-bell salute. I said that before the show, but WWE felt confident in it. They read the room correctly. And it was perfectly observed. I've honestly just got to give him a lot of credit for that. Right now, Randy grabbing Drew, dragging him out the ring. Daze, I had the pleasure of watching Hogan at 3 live events. First was back in the 80s. Hogan Steamboat against Mr. Fuji and the Magnificent Morocco. Oh, really? Logan against the ropes. Back elbow there by Jesus Christ. He's done a back elbow and a shoulder tackle, and honestly, they look like that, right? Jelly, they look like that, right? And Joe on the outside, like, he's done a shoulder tackle. Oh, he's done a back elbow. Oh my God, I've never seen anything anything like this in my life. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Jesus Christ, did you see it? The humanity. I can't breathe. Oh my God. A boss man slam. A boss man slam. Jesus Christ. I've never seen anything like it before. Wrestling has been redefined. I swear to God, it was. Oh my God! They are so. You got to applaud the effort. They are working so hard. Oh, Wade Barrett's laughing. He can't believe what he said. How is Jelly Roll able to do these things? No, he's been bleeding as well. Jelly Roll's bleeding. There's blood coming out of his mouth. Just took it all out of him. Hey, here we go. We've got a little cheeky vignette. We've got Andrade. We've got Rey Fénix. These two know who each other are, which is good because they're tag partners. It would suck if they didn't. We have to defend our culture of lucha libre. And we are money. They have been really fun together, actually. We're on a different level. They're going to be taking on the Wyatt Six, I believe. It's only a matter of time until that gold is around our waist. Hey, we're coming up, aren't they? Didn't they say that the 27th... Is it the 27th or the 29th? There's a Wyatt Six tease that's coming up soon. Wyatt Six are going to be in action, taking on Andrade and Rey Fénix. Tag titles on the line. Right, Alexa Bliss. Here we go. Alexa versus... I think it's Roxanne, isn't it? Okay, Charlotte Flair. She had some lovely words for Hogan. She was saying that, like, when her dad was in hospital and things were really not looking good, that Hogan was there. She was one of the first to pay a tribute on social media, actually. I mean, really, she was so quick. So, Charlotte with some pom-poms. She is being Alexa's cheerleader this evening. Why couldn't they have Logan versus Jelly Roll? I would prefer to get Randy Drew singles match, said Word of Wrestling. The man from Time Forgotten said, will SummerSlam be the Wyatt Six first PLE? Well, they're not on the card at the moment, are they? I don't believe. They could get added, though. There was a big announcement earlier today that showed us what days, what matches are happening on. And that's obviously really exciting because, you know, it's getting really real now. I don't know if we'll have a couple more matches added, but yeah, they could still make it. But at the moment, they could also just as equally miss out. Have to see what goes down tonight. I think if there's no clean finish here, then we may get something at SummerSlam. But if there's a clean finish, don't know. I had the pleasure of seeing Hogan in a steel cage match against Big Boss Man when Boss Man was heel, says Matt. Very good. There's a iconic Bossman match, Saturday night's main event, which I think we did the watch along for because it went up on WWE Vault, and we do try to do some of those kind of old watch alongs. To be honest with you, I just do them as and when they appear. And actually on Sunday, as I said at the start of this stream, they're doing SummerSlam 2008. That's not a show I think we've ever gone back to, and I'm looking forward to doing that. We will do that Sunday. That was only announced by WWE Vault, like literally 5 minutes before we went live. I actually checked about half an hour before to see if they'd set anything up, and they hadn't. And then I just got tagged in a notification, so I haven't had a chance to set that up yet, but we will be doing that on Sunday. What I'm going to do tomorrow is I don't think I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. I really want to get my SummerSlam predictions done. So that's going to be what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to do SummerSlam predictions and Unseen. So I'm going to get those two things done tomorrow. I need a bit of time to work on some members game stuff as well. So I'm going to have some time for that. So that's my plan for tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we'll do the watch along for SummerSlam 2008. And I'll get an Unseen done as well. Then, of course, really next week, I go home. We're go homing, aren't we? So next week is all go home SummerSlam stuff. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of news and rumors and thoughts and predictions. And the great thing is, if I get my predictions done and up on the channel, I can do your predictions, where we get your predictions, and we can do a video based on what you think is going to happen. And so we'll probably get that onto the second channel some point next week. So lots happening at the moment. And then on top of that, we've had San Diego Comic-Con. On top of that, we've had the Hogan news. Oh my god, it's crazy. Cross Sammy 3 announced for SummerSlam, said James. I caught that. I didn't know where it had been announced, but I caught it on the graphic of the Saturday, these are the matches, Sunday, these are the matches. So I did see that Cross Sammy had been kind of added to that. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I think that the fans really want Carrion to get opportunity and get a push, and I just don't think this is good for Sammy. I think that splitting the crowd is not great when what you need Sammy to really get that momentum behind him. Because ideally we want him going into the Rumble red hot. We want the fans to really buy in to Sammy being a world champion and actually, achieving his dream. So, but at the moment, they're just not quite biting. And I think part of the problem is that you're putting him in there with someone that's got a bit of an underground following, a bit of an underground kind of movement that's kind of built up, It's just not a good feud, this, for Sammy. It's not a good feud. So I'm not a fan, to be honest. I think it's nice that Carrion gets onto a PLE, but I'm not a fan of what it does for Sammy. And I think this is a really important time for Sammy as well, because I think they keep talking about world champion and all of that. And so I think this is a time where we are trying to get him over with the fans and get the fans really, hungry to see him succeed. Is this new music? Is this new? I've never heard this before. I don't mind this music, Yeah, new entrance there for Roxanne Perez. New music, and the way the camera kind of comes round, she sort of turns her head, smiles, and flicks her hair, shows a bit of sass. Walks away. I can hear that it's still the same theme. That up tonight, up tonight, whatever it is. It's her old theme, but it's remixed. Completely remixed. I don't mind it. Why did they change it, said Brony. This is trash. Oh, people don't like it. It's her song. I can hear the lyrics. So it's the same song, but it's slowed down with a different beat behind it. I don't hate it. Honestly, I don't hate it. I was listening to it and I was looking at the presentation. I'll tell you what it's not good for, though, right? I think it gives a certain vibe, and that vibe is quite a chilled vibe. It's kind of like a menacing, oh, here we go. It's that sort of vibe, like, this is going to be fire, mate. What it isn't is exciting and exhilarating. You know, if she was going to do a run-in, like, it's not great for that because it's too slow. It's way too slow. So it really wouldn't work in that situation. But I think it's got quite a big sound to it. It feels very spacious. It feels quite big. And as a result, it kind of makes her feel like a big star. Like, I need to pay attention to this girl. It's good for that. Alexa on the outside crashes down on Roxanne as Charlotte comes round, but Raquel comes round. Charlotte getting right over to Raquel. She's gone right over to her. Pom-pom her in the face. Yeah, she did. She just went like that. I mean, you would, wouldn't you? If you've got pom-poms in your hand, of course you're going to pom-pom her in the face. Like that. Is that bothering you? Is that bothering you? Like that. Does that bother you, Raquel? I would do that. Double knees there by Alexa. Alexa against the ropes, but Raquel swipes at Alexa. Well, let's have a look, shall we? It seems like people are divided on the new theme. Thoughts on new theme? You got two options. You got rate it, or you got hate it. That's all you can choose. Rate it or hate it. Let's see what people are thinking. Right, Nathan said the Wyatts get added to SummerSlam and win. And then Alexa and Charlotte win. That would be my dream, said Nathan. BB Yipsy said, I heard on 24/7 Wrestling Radio, Bully Ray talking about Hogan's last match. Hogan's partner from TNA was James Storm and Sting versus Bobby Roode, Kurt Angle, Bully Ray. It was in Manchester. Oh, right, Manchester. BB Yipsy, thank you. Brony said they've ruined Roxanne's career. It was a good run. What, you think it's that bad? Really? You think it's that bad? Oh my God, I was really not offended. I thought it was fine. I thought it was quite good. I thought it sounded big. I thought it was like... It felt to me a little bit like, okay, someone's here I need to pay attention to, because it was like a bit different. And it was slowed down, and it was like, oh, what's this? It was, I'm going to use the word intriguing. I was quite intrigued. I mean, honestly, some of these themes, you could change them. I wouldn't even know they had changed, because it's just generic theme to generic theme. I don't think that was generic. It sounded quite big in its kind of scope. Obviously, we'll need to hear it again, but... yeah, I did not get that kind of impression of hearing it and going, oh my God, I hate this. I didn't get to the vibe of like, she's done, she's buried. But, I mean, listen, if you don't rate it, I can understand, because Def Rebel are not high on my Christmas card list. They are, do you know what I mean? When it comes to delivering bangers, their hit rate is very limited. It's very low. Good crowd, man. Gotta say, this is a really good crowd. They're really involved, and they're applauding away and getting involved and making noise. And right now we've got Roxanne standing on Alexa, smashing Alexa into the ring. So Alexa is down. Roxanne is standing on Alexa. I wonder if this will be a show that we revisit. It's funny because I was saying during our members watch-alongs, I want to kind of go back to like the Owen Hart tribute show, the Eddie Guerrero tribute show. I want to go back to the show after 9/11 because it's an important show. And, you know, these are the kind of Raws that I want to kind of have a look at. We did one the other day where we watched the ECW invasion of Raw. It was all right. It was all right. I got something from it. I don't think the in-ring is very good on that episode, but it was a good episode to revisit. So, yeah, I kind of enjoyed doing that, and I'm looking forward to doing more in the future. I wonder if this will be one in 10 years' time we go back to. Should we rewatch the Hogan tribute show? Should we see what was going down 10 years ago? I wonder if we'll ever come back to this. We could do, honestly. This could be an episode that gets revisited. It's a historic episode, if nothing else. He resonated beyond wrestling fans. There will be people tuning in that will want to see the tributes that are paid. They'll want to see what is done. They'll want to see how the crowd reacts. There'll be a bit of intrigue to this that's clearly not normally there. Right now we got Roxanne going up, looking for that springboard moonsault. Gets it. Roxanne, 2. Oh, kick out. Charlotte grabs Raquel. Raquel goes into the timekeeper's area. Charlotte on the outsides, trying to help Alexa. Roxanne a bit distracted. Alexa with a big shot. DDT, and Roxanne goes down. Alexa going over, looking for Twisted Bliss, maybe, yeah. Roxanne has kind of rolled into position. Alexa going up top. She's going to go for Twisted Bliss. Big boot on the outside by Raquel, though. That means that Alexa's got a choice to make, and she might end up going to the outside to help Charlotte, maybe. Yes, she's turning her attention to the outsides. Alexa actually choosing to do a Twisted Bliss to the outside rather than go after Roxanne and get the victory. She has helped Charlotte. So there we go. She's back in the ring, but that might cost her. Roll up by Roxanne, who gets the ropes, and Alexa loses. Roxanne Perez with the victory. So let's get the poll done for the match. Yeah, Alexa lost that because she chose to... Oh my God, is she busted? Is there blood? They just showed a shot of... What is that? Is that from her nose? Look, you can see it all down the side of her face. Oh my God, yeah. She is busted open. Charlotte's in there. Like, are you all right? Mate, that's quite a bit of blood, you know. How the hell's she done that? Yeah, there we go. Quite a bit of blood. Interesting in the background. It looks like, is that The Miz? Seems to be talking to Solo. And yeah, we've got a conversation in the background. My God, it's all happening. Alexa busted open. And it seems like Solo and his bloodline are having a conversation in the background with what I think is The Miz. And they really want you to see it as well. It's very obvious in the background. Okay, we got Chelsea Green and the Hervis. What's Chelsea saying? Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, she's behind you. Here we go. We're brawling. Jade Cargill going after Chelsea. I think we're going to go right through Gorilla. I think we're going right to the ring. Bang! Chelsea desperately trying to get away. Yeah, I think they are heading their way to the ring. Let's go. God, it's all happening. It's all happening. She's grabbed a ref as well, Jade. She's like, you come with me. I'm fighting this girl and you're coming out to make it official. Let's go, mate. Yeah, so right now we've got Chelsea on the... Look at her, man. Flopping and falling around in front of the camera. That referee is in the ring. Okay, I was distracted there as we were getting some really fun bits and bobs. Jade against the ring. Big boot there by Jade. Chelsea goes to the outsides. The Hervis don't even know this is happening. Okay, Chelsea versus Jade is our second match. Chelsea versus Jades. Right, Daze, stranger things have happened. So for all we know, Jelly might put on a 5-star classic with a technician and high-flying moves and try to prove people like you wrong, as he has lost a lot of weight. Sure. I'm just trying to think, like, can he prove me wrong? Because I haven't said anything about his wrestling ability. The only thing I said was that he did that, and he did that, and the commentators were freaking out about it. If he gets in the ring and he's like putting on a wrestling masterclass, I mean, I don't expect him to be capable of that, but I don't think I've not said that he like isn't capable of that. I don't expect him to be, because I mean the guy's been wrestling for a few months at the Performance Center, so I don't expect him to be. But it doesn't escape the fact that he is taking a spot away on the card from someone else. It doesn't escape the fact that, you know, we've clearly got like a big focus on celebrities getting involved in the ring at the moment. Doesn't really escape the fact that I don't see much of an appetite for that in our community or, you know, on social media. Also, you can't escape the fact, though, that he got a really good reaction when he came out. So it's wrong to think that the wider fan base are bothered. They're not. To be honest with you, the casual fans don't care. So we can only hope that it will be quick, inoffensive, as fun as possible, and we just move on. That's kind of my approach to it. It's not a match I'm looking forward to. I just want to get it done. Get through it. Leanne said, I wish I had a TV in the shower because I could wash my hair whilst watching SmackDown. I ran out of time to get freshened before starting tonight, said Leanne. Man from Time Forgotten said Jelly will only wrestle for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. WWE will have him pin Logan for the win, but Randy will wrestle 98% of that match. LB said, has anyone else noticed that since Evolution, the first hour of Raw and now SmackDown have been all women's matches? Holton said, will Jelly turn heel at SummerSlam? I don't think so. I don't see what the benefit would be, because I don't think he's going to have any other match beyond SummerSlam. So I don't really see the need for him to turn heel. I mean, I think he is a performer that's doing a one-off match that I think would like to get a nice reaction and be remembered fondly for what he contributed. So I don't know why him turning heel would kind of make sense. Maybe if he was sticking around a long time and was going to work like a program like Logan is doing, then you could maybe explore heel turns and things like this. But I don't. Normally with celebrities, they want to be loved. Normally with celebrities, for some reason in their lives, they didn't get enough attention. And even now they don't get enough attention, and they need the attention of wrestling fans, and they need wrestling fans to think they're amazing. I don't know why. I don't know why this is such a needy group of people, but they are, and that is where we are. So I think he'll want to stay face. We should know they're probably going to have more jelly rolls, said Capo. Word of Wrestling said, in the crowd, there's a few that loved that. It's true. Yep, it's true. This is a very good crowd, actually, a very positive crowd. This is not a crowd that were down on that opening segment. I mean, as I said, for me, sitting here and, you know, having spoke about Andre, Hogan, Warrior, Macho Man, talking about wrestling history, talking about where we are, where we've been, and then we open the show with Logan Paul cutting a promo on Jelly Roll, you kind of go, okay. Interesting choice. But you know, it's true, the fans, they don't think the same way that like a lot of the hardcore fans think. They don't care. For them it's entertain me. Do whatever you got to do to entertain me. I don't care who you use or how you use them. It's very simple. Am I smiling? Am I applauding? Am I happy? Jaded to Chelsea, and that should do it. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. We need another poll. We need another poll. Opening match was just good 92. You lot weren't crazy about that opening match. There wasn't much to this second match. It was very short. We're actually 50 minutes into this show already. Tiffy time! It's Tiffy time! Here comes Tiffany Stratton. Tiffy time, making her way down to the ring. Tiffy time! James said, let's just be happy the Hogan segment is over with. Well said. Okay, Tiffy time has made her way down, so Chelsea against Jades. Jade picking up that championship, having a little look at it. Just trying it, putting it over her shoulder. She gives the belt back to Tiffany. Tiffany keeping hold of it. But backstage with Alexa. Thanks for being caught. Look, it's all over her face. She's absolutely busted open. People are loving this partnership. Mate, look at that. Jesus. Oh, there's Cody. There's Cody. I wonder if they saw all that blood and they said, oh my God, let's use this. Let's do a segment. Let's do like a thing. Or if they had that segment already planned. But either way, they didn't clean Alexa up. They easily could have cleaned her face up, but they've kind of kept it all there. So it's got a bit more kind of impact. But there we go. Alexa Bliss busted open as they're looking forward to SummerSlam. Right. Oh, looks like there was a little lag, little wobble, little tiny wobble. I like them together, said Wrestle Rants. Yeah, I think they've been fun. I agree. I think they've been fun together. Will they get the job done at SummerSlam? I think they've got a good chance. Labori said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. I couldn't go to SummerSlam, but I did manage to get tickets to next week's Smackdown. This will be the first WWE event that my husband and I will be at, and I'm very excited. Oh my God. Dude, have a fantastic time. It's always so exciting when you go to a live event, and certainly if it's one of your first. What I would say is whenever I've been to a live event, I always think the same thing, and that is, oh my God, it's so weird without commentary. That I always think that. Every time I go, I'm like, oh my God, this is so strange. So if you've never been before, that is probably going to be quite obvious. As you sat there and they're just like, you can't hear anything. And there's no talking, of course. You just hear the kind of bangs of the ring as people are getting slammed around. And you kind of just like, it feels like something massive is missing. And it's the commentary. But obviously it's replaced with like the live atmosphere, and you can hear what people around you are saying, and it hits a bit different, doesn't it? It hits a bit different to watching it at home, seeing it in person. It's obviously seeing people live in person is like really exciting. It's why, like, when there's entrances and the live crowd's going crazy, people at home are like, come on, man, can we skip this? Do we need to do this J entrance every time? But obviously the people that are there are like loving it. And us lot at home are like, oh my God, do we have to do this every week? So yes, go, have a great time. You will have a great time. I just hope that it's a good Smackdown for you. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. Going to your live event, first live event, you'll love it anyway. And I think part of the appeal is looking forward to going. I said the other day, like, you know, that excitement of like, oh my God, it's next week, you know. Or like, you know, the day of, you wake up, it's like, gee, we're going to the show tonight, and you think about it throughout the day, and then when it gets to like time to go, you're in the car, you park up, looking at the merch, wrestling fans around, get your drinks, get your seats. Like before the show even starts, all of that is part of, you know, the excitement, the build. So have a great time. Remembering Hulk Hogan, we're back from commercial break. Just got 1984. This will be the Iron Sheik, won't it? They say this is when Hulkamania was born, but it was running wild before this. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, if WrestleMania had started a year earlier, if WrestleMania had started in 84 rather than 85, I have no doubt the main event would have been Hulk Hogan Iron Sheik. Hulk Hogan versus Iron Sheik. Iron Sheik going in as champion. Hogan winning the title at WrestleMania. No doubt that would have been the main event. They still would have had to have got in lots of celebrities somewhere, but I think crowning Hogan and making him your new champion, that happens in, like, I think it's February of 84. So, you know, you've only got to delay it like a month. Do it at the end of March, and, you know. So, yeah, it's interesting to think, what would have been the WrestleMania main event in 1980, 1981, 1982. But if WrestleMania had started a year earlier, I'm pretty sure that would have been it. Unless they would have done the rematch. Maybe they still would have done Hogan Iron Sheik when they did it, and then do Iron Sheik trying to get the belt back. But I think it would have made more sense for Hogan to have won it at WrestleMania. So I think they would have done that. Right, here's Cody. Smile on Cody's face. Can Cody get through his waffle without crying, says Brian. I don't know how he's going to react. I don't think he'll talk about Hogan and cry. Maybe he will. I mean, it doesn't take much, does it? It doesn't take much. This show is flipping flying, mate. I can't believe we've done an hour. It is absolutely flying this week. He needs to talk about Cena. That's what he's really here to talk about. We already had Cody Mania in 23-24, says Cap. David said crowd chants, not you, after Cody's stupid question, please, says David. Oh, when he says, what do you want to talk about? You want the crowd to say, not you? I don't know, man. I don't get the sense that the crowd have, like, really turned on Cody. They did on that Go Home show, and they did at WrestleMania as, you know, I think people wanted to see Cena get 17. And Cena's clearly a bigger star than Cody. So, I mean, you might even see the SummerSlam crowd turn on Cody. I don't know that this crowd will be anti-Cody. Cody is in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. The Cena promo last week might be one of the worst Cena promos. It just made him look like a loser. And it terrified of facing Cody, says Brony. Zach said, I've got some tickets. See Monday Night Raw next week. Oh my God. You have fun as well. Is anyone going to hang with us or... I'm sorry, are you all going to the shows? I'll just be here on my own then. Right, Cody in the ring, looking out at the fans as the fans... honestly, this crowd is so good. I don't know what they've flipping done to fire this crowd up. Maybe they're just naturally up for it, but... Jeez. They could not have asked for a better crowd for this Hogan sort of tribute show. I know emotions and feelings are complicated. His contributions to pro wrestling are staggering and indisputable. So Cody says thank you to Hulk Hogan, and they cut to a Hulkamania lives forever sign. Okay, so we've actually moved on from the Hogan stuff, and he said there are street fights. And then there's what's going to happen at SummerSlam. We're talking violence. That's what we're talking about, kids. We're talking violence. Here's the tricky thing. I don't want to wrestle this John Cena. Cody Rhodes said, I don't want to fight a guy that's counting days until he leaves. I want to fight the real John Cena. The problem is Cena is not the best, and he quite obviously is not the best. It quite obviously is nostalgia. Cody saying this isn't about nostalgia and that the belt Cena's got is the best and it makes him the best is like, yeah, but clearly he's not, because his matches have not been brilliant. And we've needed lots of shenanigans to kind of get through those matches. He says he wants the full John Cena experience, but I don't think there is one in 2025. I think you've had it. Cody looking out at the fans. Cody chants. Cena sign in the crowd as well. Slight let's go Cena. Cena sucks chant. Broken out into a Cody Rhodes chant. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody goes in the corner. Stretches out his arms. Gets a cheer from the crowds. I need to know. That's a load of rubbish. That's an absolute load of rubbish. I need to face the real John Cena because I need to know if this story, so the whole finishing of the story, I need to know if that's real. And the only person that's got that answer is John Cena. What has John Cena and beating John Cena got to do with Cody finishing his story and Cody actually like beating Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 40? What has this got to do with that? At that time, he was the best, and he would have been the best at WrestleMania 41 if there hadn't have been Travis Scott coming down and outside interference and all of that. He didn't lose to Cena clean. And actually, Cena's performances this year have been underwhelming, to be honest with you. The idea that we're trying to now connect this to the story and, maybe I didn't really finish the story. Maybe finishing the story means I have to beat John Cena. No. No, you finish the story. You beat Roman Reigns. This is their attempt at trying to add more narrative to what we've got. This is their attempt to try and sweeten the pot a little bit more. This is their attempt to try and make this, like, I don't know, even more appealing, captivating. You know, now we're kind of talking about the story, something that was finished last year. Something that we've now moved on from because the story was completed. I think the idea that he's talking about that is like, no. This just strikes me as desperation. Have you not got any other better angle to approach this? Oh, not for me. MFT got into a car accident, said Beast Modes. But right, here is Jacob. Last week, Adam Pearce said he was going to lock me down again, and that's because of you. Here's Miz stepping up to Jacob. Solo had to remind me there's a bigger game at play. You're just a pawn. So Miz has got a match sorted with Jacob. Cleveland is my hometown. Miz is all kind of fired up right now. Oh man, he slaps Jacob. Miz slaps Jacob. He's going to murder him. Jacob's going to absolutely flipping murder him. There we go. Miz slaps Jacob, and Miz is making his way to the ring. Okay, here we go. Jacob versus Miz. Right, Shaquem, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Sonny said, Daze, hope you're well. I've got Timids. Oh, very nice, Sonny. Shout out to you. And David said Rikishi was driving the car last week. It's tough love. I don't know if we have just abandoned that story now. I don't know if that car incident is something that's going to continue to play out or kind of what the situation is. I don't know if they've mentioned it at all, but I have moved on from it. Right now we have a... What the hell's this? What is this? Is this a new film? I'm guessing this is like an animated film. Bad Guys 2. I've never even heard of Bad Guys 1. Well, that's new to me. Right. Hannah said, Daze, maybe this is setting up The Miz for a new gimmick. After many years as Mike, he might be a long-lost relative of the bloodline. I don't think that's the direction we're going. WrestleRant said they're going to have Miz return and lose because no way in hell is Fatu getting pinned. Shaquem said you could take the kids to go and see it. It looked all right. It looked all right. I wasn't really like down on that. It was all right. I've just never heard of it. I've never heard of Bad Guys 1. I've never heard of Bad Guys. Bad Guys 1 was fun, said old Dad Gamer, right? Sieb said, why do we think WWE doesn't take risks? Back in the day, there was always something happening. I think that Triple H is a different booker, isn't he? And it's a different time. So in the Attitude Era, you had to, because you was trying to win a war every single week. So, you know, the other show was doing crazy stuff. You have to match it. If you go slow and boring and the other show's doing loads of exciting stuff, you're going to lose the war. But you know, we're not in a Monday Night War. So we're in a very different time periods. I mean, you can say that, you know, look at what Vince was doing in like 2016, 2017. I mean, those are not shows where we're going crazy every week. So I think it's a little bit wrong, incorrect to just compare back to the Attitude Era, because the Attitude Era is a very, very specific time. Where we are right now is obviously unopposed. There's no one really but ourselves and our own ratings that we have to worry about. And I think that Triple H likes to build stories, build to shows. I don't think he likes to hotshot booking, because the thing is, if you do something big and dramatic to try and pop the rating, people will then tune in to see what you're going to do next week and what you're going to do the week after and what you're going to do the week after. And I think Triple H doesn't want to get into that. I think what he wants to do is just put on a wrestling show that's very safe and comfortable and can easily be replicated, that has its moments, that has its payoffs, but is nothing, you know, outside of that. And I think there's lots of fans that want more. They want bigger moments. They want more dramatic moments. We sort of tune in hoping this is the week we get them. But I think Triple H wants you in that mindset of, you're not going to get it every week. It's going to be this level every week, but I will give you moments. You just never know if it's going to be this week or next week, or, you know. And when it does happen, it'll really satisfy. And I think that's his booking. So I think that's his mindset. And it's obviously very different to the Attitude Era, but then this is a very different period to the Attitude Era. What happened to the Ron Killings push? Don't know, but it's just kind of not. I think the problem was that the fans love R-Truth because of his comedy, and he's changed his character to somewhat more serious. And all of a sudden now I don't know, that's not what the fans fell in love with, is it? So you can do it, but you better have some good creative. I don't think they did. I mean, they fired him. They didn't have any, you know, reason or thought of bringing him back. They brought him back, and I don't think they had any creative lined up for him. They've kind of found a way of just inserting him into this Aleister Black, Damian Priest thing, but yeah. So we just got a video package right now between Aleister and Damien. R-Truth can still go for a US title, said Justin. Aleister's like, I think we're cut from the same cloth. Labori, shout out to you, but I'm not going to hide who I am next week.
I'm not coming to play Peacemaker. I'm going to punish you, says Damien. So, Alistair Black versus Damian Priest. Next week, next Friday. That's going to be a good match, that, actually. That'll be a good match. They let him go. They had no plan. They brought him back. There was no plan. I saw a video of him rapping in a studio earlier this week, said Final Boomer. Okay, there's a seat upgrade for this family, the Katz family. Seat upgrade brought to us by Bad Guys 2. In the ring, we've got The Miz. Miz going to be taking on Jacob. To be honest with you, that first hour absolutely flew. I think it's kind of slowed a little bit in this hour, but I'm still quite shocked at the fact we've done an hour and 20 minutes. We've only got 40 minutes left. We're really going big with Jacob's entrance. We've waited until after the break to bring him out. The flames shooting up. There he is, all gas, no brakes. And he's got Cleveland-inspired merch as Jacob makes his way down to the ring. Jacob is in the midst of complex family matters, and at SummerSlam, he will be facing Solo for the United States Championship. Hannah said, I think Taz put it in a good way when he said wrestling is not ballet. These wrestlers put their bodies on the line every day. If Daze took a simple body slam, he would be out for a year, says Hannah. Sean said they have a different type of show here in the New York area because the fans are the only ones who say when vocally a show sucks. A game for that kind of event is needed here, says Sean. Hasib said, Daze, I get it. At least they make wrestlers more captivating. They all look and sound the same. It's boring, said Hasib. Robbie said, looks like Priest will be missing the SummerSlam card in his backyards. That's true, actually. It looks like he's going to be on the Smackdown instead. Leanne said, after my ex, I'm surprised I'm not become a nun. No marriages for me unless the TNA commentator Tom slides in my DMs. Well, to be honest, I think he does slide into people's DMs, doesn't he? Isn't there like a cheeky picture that he like sent out once? That I think, did he send it on the wrong platform or something? I'm pretty sure he has slid into people's DMs. Okay, Jacob going over to The Miz. Word of Wrestling said you know that Jacob's going off the top of that cage. All gas, no brakes. And wow, before we can really get stuck into anything, we've now got Solo and his MFTs making their way down. We've got Tongaloa. We've got JC. We've got Talatonga. The Miz from behind with a chop block. That's going to give Miz the momentum. Into the ring post goes Jacob. Jacob goes down. Solo standing over him, laughing. Jacob down. As we go to commercial break. Commercial break. James said, what if the tag title match tonight gets disrupted? And then at SummerSlam, we get a TLC for the tag titles. We absolutely could. Yeah, we absolutely could. Nathan said the Chicago Six were the worst baseball team last year. If JC is a Hasbro, then Tala is a late series Bendham's when they got a bit taller, said Wrestle with Andy. Hey, Andy, did you see any figures you liked the look of from San Diego Comic Con? I mean, it's still going, isn't it? It's not finished. I don't know if there's been any new stuff shown today, but I was very pleased with the WWE Superstars figures that they showed, and I was flipping over the moon when I saw that Bull Nakano. I actually saw that live for the first time on the Wrestling Escape Pods. Because of all the Hogan news and everything, I just had not looked at really what had been shown from San Diego Comic-Con. I'd seen a couple of bits that had been sent. Largely the WWE Superstars Walmart exclusive figures, because I'd mentioned before that I was really excited for those. So people kindly had sent me those through. But I had not seen the Bull Nakano one, and that was like, I was thrilled. That is a must buy for me. That is an absolute must buy. John Cena's matches in 2025 have been brilliant, said Opala. What have you been drinking, Daze? I don't know, mate. I've just been watching wrestling and just using my eyes, really. I mean, I'm not sure that you're going to convince too many people that the main event of WrestleMania 41 was brilliant. You might struggle to kind of convince them of that. I also think that the match he has with R-Truth got quite a muted reaction. They kind of went back to that, didn't they? I thought his first one with R-Truth was fine, but they kept it short. And for me, like, I don't think that where he is in 2025 is like the top kind of Cody Roman level, you know? I think that if we're going to talk about, if Cody's going to cut a promo where he's going to talk about how Cena's the best because he's got the belt that makes him the best, and I want to test myself against the best, you kind of go, well, Cena looks like he's very laboured in his movement to me. Cena looks like he is struggling to actually get through some of these matches. Like his conditioning, his cardio is clearly not where it was. This is not the John Cena that we've seen in the past. This is not John Cena from 10 years ago. I would say this is not even John Cena from 5 years ago. I think that he's been very laboured. I think that his match quality has been poor. Poor by his standards. I would say poor by main event standards as well. I can't look at his matches in 2025 and use the word brilliant. I don't know where we're putting that label. I'm not sure what match we're referring to. I'd say probably his best match might have been the Randy match. But for me, that was just kind of getting going. We were just kind of starting to get somewhere after quite a few shenanigans. And then, of course, R-Truth interrupts. So, the community score for the Cena matches this year they've not been a brilliant level. They've not been that high, to be honest. So, yeah, I have to disagree. I don't think brilliant is the word I would use to describe John Cena's in-ring work in 2025. I think that by his standards, by main event standards, it's been lacking. I think that you'll see... I mean, listen, this is why I think they've gone Street Fight. I think they've gone Street Fight because I think they know that they're going to need shenanigans. The only way you can kind of deliver a decent John Cena match in 2025 is with shenanigans. We've had Travis Scott interrupt at WrestleMania. We've had R-Truth interrupt during the match at Backlash. And I think now we're going to do a SummerSlam match where it's just no DQ, no, count out, anything goes. There's going to be weapons. There's going to be outside interference. As a result, I think the match will be good. I actually don't worry about the match because it's just going to be chaos, isn't it? It's just going to be chaos. So in that regard, it's going to be good. But I think there's a reason why we're doing that. The pinfall comes in just moments after coming back from the commercial break. And let's get the poll up, shall we? Okay, right now we've got Jacob being attacked. Here comes Jimmy. Jimmy making his way down with a steel chair. Ducks underneath. Throws the chair over at JC. Tala in the ring. Top rope Enziguri. That's rope pulled down as Solo goes to the outsides. Jab to the midsection there. Steel chair by Jimmy. Jimmy unloading on Tala. Tala looking over at Big Jim. Big boot there. Big Jim going down. And again, that's being kicked out the ring as Jacob is down. Boot coming in there by Jacob. Back elbow coming in there by Jacob. Another super kick coming in there by Jacob. Jacob trying to fight back. We got a big brawl going on at the moment. Fatu Solo match is just a waste, said Sean. It's a guaranteed clean pin for Jacob. Right now, Jacob's grabbing that chair. He's putting the chair over Solo. Solo is sat in the corner. Jacob going back over the other sides. Tala deals with Jacob. I'm more excited by Tala against Jacob, to be honest, than I am Solo against Jacob. Pick his ass up. Bang, gets planted. All gas, no brakes. Samoan spike. Down goes Jacob. So Solo making his feelings known. All gas, no brakes. The way Joe screamed, said Star. I gave you everything, says Solo. Next week, I'm beating your ass. F you, Solo is the chant. Okay, we're backstage with the Street Profits. We're backstage with B-Fab. Where's Miz? Maybe he'll be back in 6 months, said Josh. Yeah, that segment didn't really grab me, honestly. I like Jacob, though. Definitely on board with him getting push. Here's DIY. So DIY, B-Fab, throwing shade. Or DIY and Candice throwing shade at B-Fab and Street Profits. At least we have a plan, says Candice. Stay out of the way. It's kind of weird that we've put B-Fab with Street Profits again, isn't it? Just out the blue. Like, she kind of left them and now she's just sort of back with them. I don't think we've really explained that. I don't think we've really explained why she left and why she's now back again. Right, Sean said Solo is nothing now. His only real push was with the original bloodline. Roman made him. Now this new bloodline with Solo is terrible. Dr. Luchalala said, who would have thought that putting B-Fab with Meechim wouldn't work? I'm shocked, said Dr. Luchalala. Aseeb said, Daze, are you doing the Robert Whittaker fight tomorrow? No, I really did look at it. And I was tempted by it, but I decided that it would be better to use the time to work on like SummerSlam predictions, because actually the past few shows we have not done predictions for. I actually didn't do predictions for the past few PLEs. I mean, there has been a lot. And obviously, you know, I was away for a bit in there and then I came back and kind of... It's one of those where I just don't think I've had a chance to have a breath really since coming back. Like we kind of came back and we've just, you know, hit the ground running. So, yeah, rather than like doing a UFC show, which, you know, no offense, is a low-level UFC show. It's a fight night. It's not one of their PLEs. I think I'd rather make sure that we get predictions done with SummerSlam, totally get everything sorted, maybe even get the SummerSlam stream set up. Stream-wise, we'll do SummerSlam 08 on Sunday, and we'll kind of focus on that. So I feel like we're ticking boxes still. Chris says, hello, greetings from Germany. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Hope Germany's well. Shout out to you guys. Christopher said, this is one of the worst Smackdowns of the year for me. This has been quite bad. Nothing has happened. 7 days till SummerSlam. We should be getting better, said Christopher. Opola said, Daze, we're definitely going to have to disagree. I personally love John Cena's match at WrestleMania. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I would say you're in the minority, so I don't think you can be that shocked that other people don't share your opinion. And I don't think that his matches with, as I said, there was a quick, short R-Truth match that I thought just did what it needed to do. It was the one at Saturday night's main event. It was like 4 minutes long. It just got in, got out, did what it needed to do. But I didn't think it was anything amazing. And I think that his WrestleMania match with Cody was really bad, honestly. I thought it was slow. I thought it took ages to get going. I thought by the time we started getting anywhere, that's when we brought Travis down. Crowd popped for Travis because they thought Rock was coming out. They didn't get the Rock. We then do a stupid belt pull moment, which I really thought was cheesy. Then we do the whole, is he going to hit him with the belts? Cody doesn't hit Cena with the belt, which I thought was dumb because Cody has used chairs in the past. He's grabbed tights to get victories over Seth. Yet in this moment, he decides to not hit Cena with the belt. Like they tried to make it, if he did it, it was this big dramatic moment of like, oh my God, he's a heel. But they've not done that in the past. They've not worried about that in the past. They didn't worry about that when he was facing Kevin Owens and he did a crossroads onto a chair. And didn't worry about that in the second match against Seth and he grabs a handful of tights. They didn't make a big deal out of it. He cheated, but they didn't make a big deal out of it, so it didn't matter. Here, they tried to make a thing out of it, and it's like just he was gonna cheat you to win this match. So just use the belt, just use it, put him away, done, get rid of the problem. But he doesn't, loses the match. No Rock, Travis Scott getting involved. I thought the action before was slow. If it appeals to you, brilliant. I'm not going to criticize if people enjoy. It's different opinions, isn't it? I mean, beforehand, I said there's people out there that really enjoyed, like people hated WrestleMania 9 and the way it finished, but because of where I'm coming from, I loved it. So different opinions. I can understand that, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, from an in-ring wise, I don't think people are going to look back on this Cena run and be like full of praise for it. I don't. It's a hard sell for me for Cody to say that he wants to face the real John Cena, to know, you know, that he's kind of been in there with one of the greats ever, because the Cena I'm seeing now ain't nothing compared to 10, 15 years ago. This is a Cena that's well past his prime. This is a Cena that seems to gas out. This is a Cena where we've watched matches and people are like, he seems to be blowing quite hard here, because He's feeling the match, you know. It's kind of having its effect on him. But again, I have to say, those are my thoughts. That's how I feel about it. I'm not going to change my mind on that because I've been watching it and we've been talking about it. That's what I've been seeing. But if people feel different or see different, that's honestly, I'm not just saying it. Great. I hope that people enjoy wrestling because that's what it's there to be. That's what it's there for. It's entertainment, isn't it? They just showed him slamming Andre Hogan, and he main evented WrestleMania 8 times. He made 16 WrestleMania appearances. He teamed up with Mr. T to take on Roddy Piper and Paul Orndorff at WrestleMania 1. And, hello, now we've got Zelina and Julia. Okay. Kiana James said, if you want to talk to Julia, you've got to go through the proper channels, and that would be me. So we've got Kiana James finally on TV. You'll get your opportunity next week. Julia said it's okay. I like a little fire. Julia and Kiana James is a weird combination. Anything I needed to know in the background? I saw a couple of people, but I don't think it was anything I needed to know. Well, good to hear from Kiana. Right. Sean said the Go Home Smackdown will determine who goes in the street fight. Guaranteed. The Go Home Smackdown. Oh, right. Well, who goes over in the street fight? Where does Zelina get her clothes from? Said Scottish Nightmare. But I don't understand the Cena Mania main event, said Akeem. The real show and entertainment is right here in the chat, says Leanne. Big Time said, Daze outside the opening match with Roxanne and Alexa. This has been random matches with no substance or story. Just go out there and just kill time, said Big Time. There's quite a few people struggling with this. TJF said, SmackDown is making me feel nothing good is happening. We got the Wyatts coming up for those that are excited by that. We might get Nikki and Candice confrontation tonight, said Nathan. Dr. Luch Lala said, today's SmackDown is making me feel like maybe I should go get a life. Oh my God, don't do that. Don't do that. Scottish Nightmare said, I don't even remember that WrestleMania main event. But listen, it's a mixed bag. There was people in our chat. I mean, you can go back and have a look at the WrestleMania stream. There was people in the chat at the time that were enjoying it as well. So you will always get divided opinion on everything in wrestling. I doubt there's very, very little in wrestling where you get 100% agreement on any subject. So you kind of always have to, take that into mind. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there that will go to bat for the WrestleMania main event. Wrestler Danny said, what is the twist from the Wyatts tonight? I don't know, to be honest with you. I wonder if they will set some up for SummerSlam or if the Wyatts just get the job done. I don't think they would want to take the titles off the Wyatts this soon. So I've got to think the Wyatts get it done, but it could be through cheating because the Wyatts have shown they don't give a flip. I mean, we've had Rowan get involved before, so I think the Wyatts could cheat. Might not care. Maybe that leads to, Andrade and Rey Fenix feeling wronged or, and that could get us to the SummerSlam card, as people have said. I don't think they lose the belts. In your opinion, do we think that Triple H should be on screen more like Vince was? I don't know, to be honest, because there was real pushback to Vince being on screen as much as he was. Like, the authority, I don't know that we need that. I think we could do something a bit more interesting with the authority figures and the GMs. But we've kind of done a lot with that in the past. Whether it's long enough ago now where we could do some more of it, maybe. But it was very heavy on the McMahons and authority. And, you know, think about the Seth angle when he was kind of aligned with Steph and Triple H. And, you know, you'd have Vince kind of coming out from time to time. I mean, it was Vince that was giving Stephanie an award that then brought Shane back, which was around WrestleMania 32. I remember, like, in 2016, the McMahons apologising, saying, we know we need to do better. Stephanie obviously was on screen when we relaunched the women's division. You know, Triple H and Steph were in the ring at WrestleMania. When Rock came down, that led to Ronda making an appearance at 31. We have 34. We've got Triple H trying to stop Daniel Bryan at 30. Like, the McMahons were all over these flipping shows. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like being around at that time, people were really done with it. People were like, I do not need the authority or any of this stuff anymore. They were really, really done with it. So to have Triple H kind of coming out, being more involved in TV stories and whatever, like, I think at first it would be exciting, but I think people might get tired of it quite quickly. I think people were quite excited when he was getting involved with Kevin Owens. We know that he can't wrestle. He's got a flipping defibrillator in his heart. Like, he can't wrestle. He can still manipulate, but to be honest, I think he's past that. I think he's done with being a bit of an on-screen character. I don't think he's got the hunger or the desire for it. I don't think he wants that spotlight so much anymore. I think his plate is full. That's the vibe I get. I think his plate is full. I think he has to go to meetings all week. I think he just wants to get to TV, and I think he just wants to sit behind the screen at Gorilla, and I think he just wants to be like, okay, let's do this show, right? Pulling the strings, like, right, you go now, you do. I don't think he wants to go out there and do a segment himself, is the sort of vibe I get, you know? Bubba, what's your favourite Hulk Hogan moment or match? For me, it's WrestleMania 3. Matt, shout out to you. Yeah, I think we kind of really broke that down, really spoke about a lot of stuff. I think WrestleMania 3 is the biggest moment in WWE history for me. And I think that it's Hogan's biggest moment. It's that face-to-face is probably my favourite moment of his career. But there's loads of great moments, and we were kind of going through them beforehand. But one that's maybe out the ordinary would be WrestleMania 9. I love that he kind of stepped up and won the title when just didn't even know. That to me is like a real talking point in regards to not knowing what's going to happen, you know. It's a little bit like this weekend. Well, next weekend we're going to go into SummerSlam. You know, we're thinking, imagine, put yourself in my shoes. Right, we're sat here now going, what's going to happen with Cody and Cena? Yeah, imagine you can't watch the show, and imagine you have to wait a week, and it's on a DVD. Yeah, someone's burnt it onto DVD for you, or they've got the digital file, but you've got to wait a week before you can get it. Yeah, and you don't know who's won. Is it Cena? Is it Cody? You just don't know. So you know, you live your life for a week, and by the time you get that file, you watch it. And it flipping turns out that Seth cashes in and it's Seth that's the champion. You'd be like, Jesus, what? You know, it's like, I thought he was injured and all this kind of stuff. And Seth's cashed it. I thought if he was going to cash in, I thought he'd cash in on Gunther. But oh my God, he's gone and cashed in on flipping. In a way, I suppose in a way, that Hogan moment's a bit like a cash in, isn't it? In the sense of, he comes down after a match, manages to get a title match in a shocking moment in the main event of WrestleMania. We weren't expecting it. So in a way, it's a bit like a cash-in. It's just he didn't have a briefcase
It's just that Mr. Fuji said, we'll give you the match. But it was out of nowhere. It was out of nowhere. It was not expected. It was... I love it. I love it. But again, different perspectives, isn't it? Because for a lot of people, that's one of Hogan's worst moments. Because a lot of people were bored of Hogan by that point. Hulkamania had very much run its course. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Duran said, off topic, but who has seen the new Fantastic Four movie? I really enjoyed it, said Duran. Man from Time Forgotten said a good storyline that WWE should do is to have a ref or two snap and just go after the wrestlers. Robbie said, I'd love for Seth to cash in on Cody or Cena and let Gunther Punk do their thing. Cody will be fine for a bit. If Seth isn't hurt, he can fill that role. Brian said, I remember those days. Do you remember having to wait a couple of weeks to see Survivor Series on Sky because they had a delay with a new TV deal? To be honest with you, I don't remember that specific show. I mean, around that time, I think I'm still getting tapes. So, I mean, I would have had a delay anyway. So, yeah, around, because that kind of 93, 94, I don't know, actually, 96 might have been a bit later. I don't recall that, to be honest, but that's interesting. I can believe it. But, yeah, it's a different time, innit? It's a different time. There's no such delays anymore. Outside of the opening match with Roxanne and Alexa, it's been random, with no substance. Just go out there and kill time, says Big Time. WWE Elite said commercial city. It's just been commercial after commercial after commercial after commercial. Here's the Wyatts. Wyatts making their entrance. They're taking on Andrade and Phoenix. Should be a good match. Right, I think there will be some interference, said Brian. The other tag teams might come down. Johnny said, Daze, not a peep about Hogan from AEW or Tony Khan. This is disgraceful and disrespectful to one of the greatest to ever do it in the squared circle. That's interesting. Nathan said, I would watch the weekly Nitro, but I had to wait a week for the PLEs on VHS. James said, watching a married guy flirt with other people seems odd to me. Watching a married guy flirt with other people seems odd to me. What's that? What's that? Have I missed something? Do you see The Rock being at SummerSlam? Well, I thought there was a chance, but rumours say no. But whether WWE are just getting those rumours out there to throw us off the scent or not, you know? Daze, do you see The Rock being at SummerSlam? I'm leaning more no at the moment. Johnny said, what's your favourite Hogan memory? It'd be WrestleMania 3. Again, I hate it. I hate the answers. It's why I've tried to explain WrestleMania 9 and why that was, meant so much. I do love when he came back and obviously the reaction he gets against The Rock. I thought that was really fun. But, yeah, 3 is as big as it gets. I mean, I've said that before. If I could have one poster on my wall, it would be Hogan and Andre face-to-face in the ring. I think I even looked, actually, to see if they made such a poster. Hogan, Andre poster. There's one actually signed by Hogan. $200 signed, but it's sold out from his beach shop. God, I bet they've been selling loads of. I didn't even think about that. His shop, I'd imagine online, has been really selling out of like a lot of the signed stuff because you're not going to get the signed stuff anymore, are you?
He's got 8 things that on the website, and they are all sold out. I'd imagine his shop will do some serious business. I mean, not that it matters, but like the sign stuff now, I mean, that's going to sell and it's going to go and that's it. You know that ain't going to get replaced. You know that's not going to get replaced. There's only 8 things that's on the there's only 8 things that's on the website. Yeah, there we go. The Hulk stuff and the prices, they've gone up stupid, said TJF. Really? I can believe that, yeah. Did you ever watch Tough Enough? Yeah, I watched Tough Enough. I've watched it a few times throughout the years. The last one had... Am I right in saying the last one had Hogan on, like, 2015-ish? He was one of the judges. Yeah, because he was one of the judges along with, like, Paige. I think that's the one that has Mandy and Sonya Deville on it. And that's when, like, the kind of tape leaked out and he ends up getting cut. Right, Tough Enough. That's a blast from the past, says Nathan. Does anyone agree that Howdy and the rest should be closer to the ring? They're so far away, said Spiller. Johnny said, what's the best match that Andre the Giant ever had? Well, a lot of those are kind of lost to history, to be honest with you, because he used to travel from promotion to promotion. So, you know, he didn't do like loads on TV and WWE. There's plenty of appearances by Andre in WWE, but throughout the 70s, going into the early 80s, he would be kind of sent out to different areas. He'd be sent out to different territories. So he'd do 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. He'd just go in and like feud with people. And to be honest with you, like an Andre match was pretty much an Andre match. I mean, I would say if you are really into your wrestling history, from what I've heard, and I can't say that I've seen the matches, but from what I've heard, when he was young and he was like touring the UK and going around Europe and going over to Canada, this is kind of before I think this is like late 60s. Apparently his movement in the ring was excellent. Like he was doing drop kicks and he was doing all these kind of like wrestling moves. They actually, when he got to New York, told him to not do that. They actually told him to like work more like a giant. But before that, he was wrestling. He was actually getting in, slamming, clotheslining, drop kicking. Like he was actually trying to do what the wrestlers were doing. And so I think from a match point of view, I think a lot of those early matches would stand up probably the best. And obviously as time went by, his mobility got worse. So I would probably say have a look at what he was doing in Canada in the kind of late 60s, early 70s. I think that you might find some of his best work there. But certainly by the time we get to WrestleMania 3, like he's done, isn't he? And actually, I mean, even if you look at before that, I mean, look at his match at WrestleMania 1. It was the Body Slam Challenge, and it was basically a bear hug. WrestleMania 2 is in a Battle Royal. And you know, you go back before that, and like WrestleMania was like one of their first PLE pay-per-view. Before that, you're just getting like TV type matches. So it's kind of challenging when it comes to Andre to talk about his best match. I would point to Canada when he was working there, before they turned him into just being a lumbering giant. Splash there by Loomis. Final Boomer said, I can't understand how the entire Wyatt 6 are tag champs and there's only 5. Is Alexa going to be the 6th? Yeah, she's rumoured to be the 6th person. There's a whole URL that had her sort of name in there. But also it's spelled 6, S-I-C-K, isn't it? It's not spelled S-I-X. So they don't have to have 6. Okay, knees up there by Andrade. We've got 5 minutes to go. Roll up there by Andrade. 1, 2, no joy. WrestleDanny said we need the Hogan 6 faction in honor of the Hulkster. We need Hulkster, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jimmy Hart, Nasty Boys, Brutus Beefcake, and Nick Hogan. It's the Hogan 6 we always deserved. 1, 2. Oh, Nikki pulls Daff out the ring. Nikki. It's a DQ. It's a screwy finish. They had it won. Andrade had it won. These silly Wyatt 6 boomers out for themselves, coming in to right the wrongs, but deciding to cheat people instead. Motor City come down. The only thing I'll say is this feels quite promising for us getting towards like a big melee multi-team tag situation. So Motor City have come down. We've got Andrade and Rey Fenix. Howdy is at ringside. I saw someone on eBay trying to resell an NWO Hogan Ultimate Edition for $320. It'll settle down, but yeah, prices will be crazy right now. Here's the Street Profits. Ladder match, says Joel. Ladder match. Here's Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis has come down. So Jimmy Hart and all of those, we haven't done anything with those. Is all that going to go online, is it? Where's Jimmy Hart and Sergeant Slot? We haven't got. I thought we might hear from them backstage. I've only just realised we haven't. Montez goes over the corner, goes into the tag division. It's chaos. We're bringing down a look at all these flipping officials. Bodies absolutely everywhere. Here we go. Nick Aldis. Is it going to be at SummerSlam? Here we go. It is SummerSlam. It is a ladder match. Whoa! Wow! It's more than a ladder match. It's tables. It's ladders. It's chairs. Hey, do you know what? I just saw that. Look at this brawl. I just saw those belts. They've actually changed the side plates. The side plates at the live events had like a red circle. They don't have that now, which is a real shame because I thought that looked really good. I mean, it doesn't matter. The focus is just the carnage that's going on, but you can see the tag belts don't have that red circle on. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. The crowd are loving the action right now. And this will be a lot of fun at SummerSlam. Tables, ladders, chairs, and prime bottles. Chaos. Chaos. We've ended it with chaos. Tommaso's going up. Tommaso! Boom! We'll see you at SummerSlam! I mean, we do have another SmackDown and a Raw first, but we'll see you at SummerSlam! This is awesome! Well, there we go. At least that was fun. You want a bit of chaos? You want a bit of carnage? Do you know what? I feel like that show is like going for a meal, and you start the meal with like someone saying something really like emotional, something like, thank you all so much for coming. This is obviously a really important time, really, really touching, and like, everyone's like, well said. That was really well said. Well done, John. That was really well said. And then they serve you the first course and it's soup. And you go, okay, a bit of soup. Yeah. Okay, so you have your soup. And then they bring you the main course and it's more soup. And you go, oh, okay. So you have more soup. But it's more soup. The other one was small soup, but this is more soup. So you have your soup and you go, okay, yeah, more soup. And you have your soup and you go, are we having anything other than soup, or is this just going to be soup? And then they bring you like the dessert and it's actually more soup. And you go, didn't we just have soup? I feel like we've had a lot of soup in this meal. Like I had soup for starter, I've had more soup, and now I'm having even more soup. So you have more soup and you're like, I'm all souped out. I really do need something exciting. And then what happens is the waiter comes in with fireworks and just lets them off in the room. And you're like, like this. And you're like, Jesus Christ, what's going on now? That was this week's SmackDown. That was this week's SmackDown. Really emotional start, a lot of soup, and then just like loads of fireworks. Jesus, get under the table! Get under the table! How did we go from soup to this? Jesus Christ! So that's my review of SmackDown. I'm not sure how you actually put that into a score. I don't know how you actually put that into like a number, but yeah. Wild. I'm really surprised though that we didn't hear from Sergeant Slaughter and Jimmy Hart. Like you would have thought when we came back from the commercial break that we would have had some from those legends, you know. That's what I was expecting, like a little them being backstage. But perhaps they've done stuff like that and they've just put it up on YouTube. They've put it up on social media. Justin said it was an awful show. Aaron thinks it's about a 6. Akeem thinks it's like 3.5. James said, when will people realise that the Wyatt 6 are just not good in the ring? Well, I mean, I just don't know where we are with the Wyatt 6. I'm excited for that match. I think they've got a really good tag division. Yeah, and I think that's going to be shown, and I think that match is going to be so much fun. I mean, we did a like ladder match earlier this year on SmackDown that was so well received. People so enjoyed that, and that was with the SmackDown tag division. So what we've done now is added a few more teams, and we're adding table. I mean, you know how much people enjoy tables, and you know they're going to be sponsored within an inch of their lives. So there's going to be flipping Slim Jim tables absolutely everywhere, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be chaos. It's going to be carnage. It's going to be fun. But, I don't know, yeah, once again, the Wyatt 6, they cheat. They are little cheaters. And, yeah, like, I don't know. It was weird seeing Howdy stand just paying tribute, paying respect. I think it would have made more sense to me if that was Bo. Thinking about it, it would have made more sense to me if Bo had been standing there to pay respects. But I think him standing there in full Howdy garb, full Howdy attire, it was a bit weird. It's a bit weird, but, you know. So, yeah, that was a little strange at the start of the night. And then... and there wasn't really any time for the match at the end, was there? To be honest, there wasn't really much time. And then, of course, you get the outside interference. So not really much to mark in regards to the match. But I like the brawl. I like the announcement. I like the fact they're going to be at SummerSlam. I like all that. And I'm taking a dub from that. I gotta tell you, the biggest surprise for me tonight, and you know what I'm gonna say, I cannot believe that crowd was that hot and passionate and vocal and positive, and I don't know how. I don't know if WWE have got a better read of the situation than I do. Obviously, I'm not in America. Perhaps they've got just a much better understanding. They've got numbers that tell them this was not as big a risk as what I thought it was. So that could be happening, right? Or maybe it is that they just didn't care. Like, if the crowd were going to boo, then we're not bothered. We're going to do what we think is the right thing to do. Like, I don't know what the thought process was. I don't know if they were confident or if they didn't care or if they had a better read of the situation than I did. But I said I would not have risked that. After seeing what I saw earlier this year at Netflix premiere, I would not have risked a 10-bell salute. And they start the show with it, and it was brilliant. It was great. Like, it worked a dream, and it was like really perfectly observed. And credit to Cleveland, credit to WWE. I was watching that really shocked, but also, like, you know, proud that we were doing that character. We were honoring that character the right way, you know. Whatever you think about, but actually, even Triple H said, you know, we're here to pay respect to Terry Bollea. He made it quite clear, I thought, that it was not just the character that we were honoring, but it was the man behind the character. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know if you've... Even when he said that, I was like, oh mate, if you just dropped the ball there. It's one thing to get people to honor the character. It's another thing to try and get them to honor the man. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you should have said that. But no, it was great. It was perfectly observed. So that to me was a real surprise. And you know, honestly, it's moments like that that expand our understanding and expand our knowledge when it comes to pro wrestling. Because, you know, we've seen the reaction Hogan got in the California Netflix premiere. That really did colour kind of what I was thinking about tonight, but actually we did not see that reaction here. So yeah, I think there is obviously a difference between the states and the reactions. And Hogan actually said in an interview after that California one, he was like, the people that are saying that I'm like hated and like I've lost the fans, what would they say if I went to New York and got massive cheers? What would they say then? And I remember reading that thinking, yeah, but you wouldn't get massive cheers in New York. I remember reading that going, that's Hogan's spin. That's Hogan saying something to try and minimize the damage. But actually, after what I've just seen from Cleveland, it's got me now wondering, was there some truth to that? If Hogan had walked into Madison Square Garden earlier this year for a Netflix premiere, would that have been a different reaction? Well, I don't know, actually, because isn't New York quite democratic? Isn't that like, that's a blue state. So maybe not, actually. Don't know, man. Interesting, though, innit? That is... I thought the first hour went really quick. I know people are down on this show, but that first hour was, to me, inoffensive, flew by... And I was like, couldn't believe it. I remember looking at Cody coming out going, what? And I was looking at it, I was like, wow, that's really flown by so fast. And then I just felt that second hour was a bit more of a slog. So, yeah, I think people are going to have mixed opinions to this show. I don't know that anyone's going to have loved it, but I think people will have enjoyed the ending. Right, huge match added to SummerSlam. Let me just put out that ending because it was pretty fun. Get that out and then a couple of comments and we're out of here. Right, Democrats are blue and Republicans are red, says Josh. WrestleRant said, I know how wrestling fans can be, but the internet is different from real life. You weren't going to get what you saw on the socials. No, I agree, but I saw how the live crowd reacted in California, and I was basing it more on that, to be honest. Opula's Hobbies said, I'm annoyed they're making the Wyatts look weak. They should win clean and dominant, like how they come into WWE with nothing but bodies and chaos, cheating to win matches for the titles. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I think the Wyatt Six are just... we could do hours talking about them. We could do hours talking about that group because when they came in, they were Bray's creative being extended. And what I'm seeing now is not Bray's creative. Actually, I don't know at what point you start to actually lose the Bray fans, because I think if you keep going down this road where they're cheating to win and there's not really much mystery and they're just trying to win titles like all the other teams, at what point does this team just become one of the other teams? At what point is this group just another group? You know, they got a great entrance, they got cool masks. That might be enough to keep people around. But I think the reason why people love this team and feel a connection with this team is because it's Bo. That's Bray's brother. And we want the best for him. And we want this group to succeed. And we want to continue Bray's work. And we want to explore the characters. And we want to, you know, still expand that world. And I think that is what Bray fans were excited by, was expanding that world and digging into that world. And now we seem to have turned our back a little bit on that world. Really, the only thing that we've kind of got going now are those cryptic messages. We had one the other week, and there is another one that's due. They do seem to be teasing something in those messages. So I've not given up hope completely, but I think we have very, very much deviated from the original premise of what this group was going to deliver. We are now doing something a bit more generic, unfortunately. Honestly, we're doing something more generic. We're doing something that the other groups are doing. Yes, the presentation is a little different. Yes, it's still Bray's creative. Yes, that's still Bray's brother. Yes, there's still good feelings around them. The entrance is great. But I don't know, man, a lot of the other stuff has been stripped away, hasn't it? So I don't want to be down and moany and moody about it, because to be honest with you, the truth might be that they tried to do something very ambitious. They tried to do something really cool, and they found out that it was really hard and that actually it didn't work. It might be the truth. Might be the truth. Might be the truth that they tried something. They went big. They, you know, swung for the heavens. And, you know, very quickly became apparent that we just don't have the flexibility required. We don't have the factions required. We don't have the stories, the creative required to kind of go down the roads that we initially wanted to go down. So we have to now treat them more like another team, because that will get them on TV. That will get them into interesting feuds. We can maybe grow from there. This is a starting point. This is the seed. There's something that can grow out of this, but nothing can grow if we can't even get them onto TV. So, yeah, is this a temporary thing? Is this a permanent thing? I don't feel like what we've received is what we were sold. I'm not down on them. I think that they are different enough to be intriguing. I think there's still a lot of goodwill around them. But I understand the people that have kind of, this group ain't it. This group ain't what I was hoping for. If that's how you feel and you're off the hype train, I can understand it. I'm still riding with them, because I still want to know what the cryptic messages are about. And I still find myself wondering, is this just a way of getting them on TV? And then can we actually grow from here? Can we like organically develop stories? It won't be too hard to dig into these characters if and when we want to. That is an option that will always be there. You know, we can always dig into Dexter's mindset, his backstory, his character. We can always go and, do another Nightbird campaign if we want to. We've always got that option on the table. That has not been removed. So just because it's settled down, just because it's a bit more generic, doesn't mean it has to stay this way. So that's why I'm not off the hype train personally. But I do understand if other people have gone, yeah, no, this isn't for me. Can we sue them for mis-selling what was advertised, said James? We'll give it a go. Steve said, what's the opinion on Cross and Scarlett's contracts coming up next month? They've not received renewals. My opinion is, I don't know if I'm being told the truth. I don't know if they're doing that because that is really working for them. I actually had a bit of a conversation. Wrestle Night is a part of our community and one of the biggest Karrion Kross fans. Normally, if I get tagged in something from Wrestle Night, it's 99.9% of the time Carrion related, right? And constantly, like, you know, sending stuff through. And I remember saying, like, I don't know if kind of what I'm being told is the truth. I don't know if they're not purposefully holding Carrion back, because it's worked. It's really worked. This groundswell of support has been organic, and it's one of the best things you can do with wrestling fans is to try and make them feel like they're in control, right? I mean, look at Cody, the whole "we want Cody" thing. That was brilliant for Cody, right? I'm not saying they did that on purpose. I'm not saying WWE were clever enough to do that on purpose. But what I am saying is that the end result made that story better and bigger. You can blame The Rock for sticking his nose in, but actually The Rock sticking his nose in started an organic campaign that was "we want Cody," that made that whole situation 10 times bigger. So, lovely. In regards to this bit, if you leak out information that Carrion's contract has not been renewed and that he might, you know, lose his job come August, the fans are probably going to stand up for him, because they will likely not feel he's had opportunity, which he has not. They'll likely feel, I like this guy, I like his promos, I like what he does online, I don't want him to go. And so you might be able to make the fans feel like they are the ones that are in charge, that are getting him the opportunities. And that is one of the most powerful things that you could do if you was WWE. Now, I don't know if they're clever enough to do that. I don't know if their creative team is like knowledgeable enough to do that. Like, I think they've got some incredible minds that work there. I mean, they've got Paul Heyman, right? They've got Paul Heyman. Heyman knows wrestling business. He's not technically on the creative team, but, you know, they've got people that know what they're doing. So part of me does wonder, this whole contract thing, is it true? If it's true, you know, if it turns out to be true, then I'll be really kind of disappointed in myself that I wasn't more vocal about, no, Carrion's got to stay. You know, this is I don't get it. You've not given this guy the chance. But part of me thinks, are you doing this to get me to feel that way? Is that why you are leaking out information that his contract's coming up and it's not been renewed? Is this a big work? Are you like, is it going to be revealed that, you know, because what if he gets cut, right? Let's say he gets cut and we're all like, I can't believe this has happened. I would not be shocked if there was a "we want Carrion," bring back Carrion campaign. Would you be shocked? I wouldn't be shocked. Looking at how much love there is for him and how just even now there's a "we want Cross" campaign, even though he's being used on TV. There's still a hashtag "we want Cross" hashtag that gets used. Imagine if he gets cut. Imagine if he gets released. You telling me that everyone's just going to accept that? I would not expect that, and I would be shocked if WWE would expect that. So, are we looking at a very clever story that is designed to make him a bigger, more organic star? Or are we looking at a talent that WWE, for whatever reason, just don't see anything in, and actually might turn around and say, yeah, we're done for real? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. I don't even know if his contract genuinely is coming up, or if it's just not secretly been renewed, but they're not letting us know. I don't know. I just don't know if it's true or not. So I find myself in a situation where I'm like, oh my God, I just don't know. I feel like I probably should be a bit more vocal with like saying he should stay, because why run the risk? Do you know what I mean? Why run the risk? I like him. I think he's a good talent. I think he's a good talker. I don't know, though, if you saw him on a regular basis, if you would still feel that same way, because I've seen some of his matches that he's had, and they were all right. They were okay. I mean, actually, if I look on Cage Match, and just put in Karrion Kross. Just be interesting to see how his most recent matches were scored, because we've seen him a couple of times and I just don't remember him like killing it. Yeah. At Night of Champions, for example, he has a match with Sammy. Now, this is a guy that's struggling to get onto TV. This is a guy that's desperate for TV time, and we're desperate to get him onto TV. 331 votes. So not 20 votes or 30 votes. 331 votes. Still low, but I think you can say okay as a sample size. Yeah. 5.3 out of 10 that match scored. Dave Meltzer gave it 3.25 stars. So does that grab you as someone like really trying to make the most of when they get an opportunity? Because I really like Karrion, but that match was not it. And then on Raw on the 21st, so last week's Raw, we did a rematch of Karrion against Sammy. Went for over 9 minutes and 110 votes, so much lower sample size. So 110 votes might not even be worth mentioning. But just out of interest, what did it get out of 10? 4.9. And to be honest with you, those matches in our community, when we score matches, they scored low as well. So I sort of look at the matches that are being delivered out of this Karrion Sammy feuds. I'm just not seeing great scores. I think this reflects on Sammy as well, because I've always said he's great in ring. You can put him in there with anyone and he'll deliver. So I think this reflects on Sammy as well. I'm looking at Sammy and I'm looking at, matches that are just well below standard. Perhaps their chemistry is just not right. Perhaps it's as simple as that. But I think the reason people want Karrion on TV is because they massively believe in him and his skills. 2 matches in a row there that I'd say have underwhelmed. It's not a big drama. I'm not saying he should lose his job. Definitely not. I really want him to stay. But I'm just saying that, this is why, for me, I'm a bit conflicted. Because I really like him, and I love his promos, and I think he's got a great look, and I love him with Scarlett. But I don't know if the contract thing is real. And whenever he's had matches recently, they've kind of been a bit underwhelming. And I'm just looking, and a match he had before that back in April, I mean, he doesn't get many opportunities, was a match he has with AJ Styles. 169 votes, it got 6 out of 10. So in-ring wise, we're not dealing here with, just mind-blowing stuff, but I mean, he just does not get enough opportunity, does he? If he was to turn around and go, look, I was a bit rusty, or, we hadn't quite had a chance to work on our chemistry, I can deliver much better than that, you'd be like, yeah, I get it. I understand. I really understand. Because, I mean, we don't even work house shows very much, This year, he's actually had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's had 11 matches. And 2 of those were outside of WWE. 2 of them are outside of WWE. 5 of them are on main event. I mean, what kind of match quality are you having on main event? One of them was the Andre Battle Royal. Do you know what I mean? To kind of go from that level of inactivity to then being at Night of Champions and you got to put on a banger. You've got to just turn it on. That's a hard thing to do. So I really want to make sure that we're giving credit and giving a fair assessment, So yeah, recent matches not mind-blowing, but I think inactivity may play a part in that. But I don't want to see him lose his job. I like him a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Is this real? Is it not real? We'll have to see. AKF said, I don't see it with Karrion. I just see him as a worse version of Aleister Black. It's a track record. Karrion has got so many upsides, but you can't make your in-ring exciting. It's hard. Everything else, he's nailing. Well, yes, I agree. The promos are great. We don't see him cutting promos so much in the ring, but the backstage ones and the ones on social media are great. The presentation is great. There's a groundswell of support for him. People want him to stay. If he does get cut, people will demand that he be returned. I mean, I think he's in a good spot in that regard. But yeah, I suppose what I'm trying to explain is that I'm not giddy about kind of where we are with him, because I've seen some matches. They've not been mind-blowing. I don't know if this contract thing is real. That's making me think, like, do I just watch and observe and just see how it plays? Or should I be more vocal on this? Should I be more kind of like taking a stance of we want Carrion? I mean, I don't tweet that out. I don't go crazy for, that kind of campaign, because I'm just sort of watching really from the shadows. I'm just sort of like, but I don't want him to go. I agree with you. I think there's a talent there that I don't think has been given the right level of opportunity. Shayna Mac just quoted Vince's Hogan post. James, thank you. Spartan said you need to look at old scores to see if fans care, because recent matches could easily get scored high because of bias and fans, said Spartan Major. Cross moves maybe needs to be more adapting. What would switch on for Cross to be the best? Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think he needs to be on TV consistently. I think he needs different opponents. The two matches against Sammy haven't clicked, but that might be just bad chemistry with Sammy. So it's really unfair to judge on those matches, but that's all I've got to judge on. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't even really get promos in the ring from him. So this is what I'm saying. Like, he's in a bit of an unenviable position whereby he gets very limited opportunity. But when you do get opportunity, I feel like you've got to really show what you're about. And it's just, in-ring wise, hasn't been quite that level for me. Or the community. I'm not just speaking for myself. The community scores have not been very high for those matches. So I think he needs different dancing partners. I think he needs more opportunity. I think that he needs to be he needs to be on TV regular. He needs to get into that rhythm. I am more than willing to say that it could be just because of inactivity, and it could just be because he's 11 matches this year. I mean, we're in the end of July, and 5 of them are my main event. 1 of them was Andre Battle Royal. That's 6. 2 of them were outside of WWE. So there's 8. That means he's had, 3 matches? I mean, let me just count that. He's had 1, 2, 3. He's had 4 matches on TV this year. 2 on Raw, 1 on SmackDown. Oh, that one on SmackDown was Andre Battle Royal. So he's had 2 matches on Raw, and he's had 1 Night of Champions match. What can you do with that? I think I'm convincing myself here, actually. What can you do with that? He's had 2 Raw matches and a Night of Champions appearance. The rest is either an Andre Battle Royal main event or 2 matches outside of WWE, so what can you do with that? So it's probably not a surprise, to be honest, that it's not been mind-blowing stuff, but let's get him more active. Let's, get behind him more. But maybe they're not doing that because they're really trying to push this narrative that he's, on his way out and that his contract's coming to an end and that they don't see anything in him. Don't know. It's confusing. The Carrion one's a bit confusing. This is why I'm just sort of sitting back and watching, because I can't quite figure it out. Do we think that they'll have those Tetley T figures? Did you ever have those Tetley T figures? No, but I can see the Tetley T characters. I was not a Tetley T guy personally. Let's get a few final thoughts then, because it's past. We need to get Unseen done and everything. Matthew said, back to AEW eventually. Tony is getting the checkbook ready. Ellen said, Cross and Sammy don't have the chemistry. Cross talks a bit too much instead of wrestling. Spartan said, the thing is, if Cross doesn't use Sammy, he'll hardly go against anyone.
Big Time said the main roster talent just feel like they're getting any barely good material to work with. What are we getting besides just some wrestling matches, a couple of promos, some backstage segments? It's very sterile. I think that's fair. I think there's been a lot of criticism of creative in 2025. William said Cross just needs Bray back. Bray and Cross ran in the same pack. Cross just isn't as charismatic as Bray. Cross is like a jacked CM Punk lookalike. William said I've turned on Cross, he sucks. It's quite surprising, actually. I did think there would be more sort of defense. I think I'm the one that's provided more defense for Carrion. Yeah, I don't know. This is why I'm sort of, when it comes to the Cross conversation, I think, as I said, my approach is to just sit back, have a look, observe, see what's going on, and just see kind of how it's playing out. That's been my approach. Loves Cat said it's kind of random, but how cool would it be if Cross teamed up with Jacob? That would be different. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Giving that a look. Kira says, I'm not a fan of Cross. Brian said, no one's getting the chance to do any inventive stuff. All the wrestlers look and sound the same. They all look like Roman and they talk like Randy. Big Time said, remember those Carrion matches with Lashley? AJ Styles, New Day. None of those matches were good. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I think it's hard because, like, again, you're kind of going back quite a bit of time with some of those. And again, it was stop-start. I mean, in my mind, I can't really think of much of a run that he's had, you know? I suppose in a way that is a concern because, to be honest, they've had time to use Carrion. They've never really consistently used him. And so now we're getting towards the end of his contract. Maybe they have made their minds up that actually we just can't find a way of using him. We haven't found it. You know, I might be sitting here going, I don't know if maybe they're doing this to get him over organically and all that sort of stuff. Perhaps I'm just in my own head. Perhaps they're just not that clever. Perhaps that's just not the play. Perhaps it's just a case that they've had him for a few years. They've not found a way of consistently using him. It's getting towards the end of his contract and they're going to be like, sorry. We just don't have anything where we thought we could find a way of using you, but we just haven't found it. We haven't found the way. I don't know why. I mean, he's got a good size. He can do great promos. So I don't know why, but yeah, it's an interesting topic. It's not one that we really have touched on in any kind of detail. Brother said, I'm hyped for SummerSlam. James said, I think Daze is more of an Earl Grey type of guy. I'm a flipping drink as much coffee as I can. Let's get a caffeine kick going. And if it fades for even a second, I'm popping power kick pills, caffeine and glucose, extra energy. Ah! USA, USA, USA. If it dips, I'm like Speed. If I dip below a certain level of caffeine intake, I'm exploding. I'm going off. So I've got to keep it above a certain level. Daze, did you see the Mr. Kennedy stuff that he wants to come back? Well, I don't see him coming back, to be honest, but I didn't. No, I didn't. I wouldn't see that happening. M1 said Zelina should be a manager to Andrade and Phoenix. Keep the rivalry going between Andrade and Aleister Black. Then eventually have Zelina turn heel on them and join Aleister. I hope Carrion goes to AEW, said WWE for Life, and becomes a massive known wrestler just to prove the WWE wrong. I think that would happen. I do think that would happen. I think he could get picked up by AEW and they could do something with him. Yeah. Did you see the new Bray figure where he doesn't have a shirt? What's up with that, said Wrestle Night. Yeah, I did. I put it in the folder. Let me show it before we go. Figures. I can't tell if it's going to have a shirt. I think it may do. I mean, that's the image that it's based on.
So I'm thinking that it will have that as a shirt. I mean, it's an Ultimate Edition, so I'm thinking that it will have that as a shirt. That's the render at the moment, and that's the image that it's based on. I don't know that we've had a Bray Wyatt Ultimate Edition, to be honest. I don't know that we've had a Bray Wyatt Ultimate Edition. I don't know that we've had a Bray kind of normal, non-Fiend Ultimate Edition. So, I mean, that'll be quite nice. People are quite excited for that. The other one that people are excited for as well, whilst we're on the subject of figures, is this Wyatt 6 set, where you're getting Nikki, you're getting Uncle Howdy, and you're getting Eric Rowan with all the packaging and everything. So there we've got nice Wyatt 6 on the back. I've seen a lot of people like, oh my god, I've got to get this. I don't know when it's out, actually. I've ordered Howdy. I only need Rowan and Nikki. Looks like I might end up with 2 Howdies. Oh, right. I didn't realise they were doing a Howdy individually as well. I think that looks the best on it, clearly. It's quite tall. I think the mask looks great. I actually think Howdy looks a bit thin. Anyone else think he looks a bit thin? He looks a bit like... the face looks okay, but the body and the legs just look a little bit like... thin. But I think that Rowan looks great. The mallet and all that stuff. Nikki looks all right. I might have gone with a bit of a different vibe, to be honest. She looks okay. But yeah, that's caused quite a bit of excitement. I was excited by that. That's the AWA Championship. We've never had that in the line. They've got new LJN style figures, and obviously Bull Nakano, which we looked at the other day as well. But yeah, lots of all the Street Fighter ones. This will all be in Unseen. I'm going to Demolition. So lots of bits and bobs to get our teeth into. Right. Did you see the cricket team route second best? I saw, yes. Well, I didn't. I was actually asleep. I saw the start of the game, and then when I woke up, I saw we had achieved what we had achieved. Nelson said, I don't think he would go to AEW like Don Callis. Daze, did you see that Tom Aspinall versus Garn and Alec Pereira versus Ankalaev has been added? Oh, very good. Bit of UFC. Alan said, when does Daze get his own action figure? When do I get my own action figure? Do you see that Sam Roberts got one? Did you see that Sam Roberts got one? That was good. I sent him a message saying congrats. I think that's nice. I mean, he's on a lot of kickoff shows. I think that's earned, and I think that's deserved. It's a builder figure, so respect to him. Smiths is meant to be getting it in December, said Sanan. Oh, really? What, that box set? Interesting. Ninja said, what's your favourite figure? We'll wrap it on that. Favourite figure? Don't know, to be honest with you, but there's a nice Finn Balor Ultimate Edition that I really like, which is really good. And there's an Asuka that's brilliant as well that came out that had like a big robe and everything that I thought was really cool. So maybe one of those. There's loads. I mean, I love the WrestleMania 3 Macho Man. That was a defining moment. I thought that was brilliant. There's quite a few, honestly, but I really love these superstar figures. I think these superstar figures are really, really cool. Where are they? These ones. I mean, have you seen this double pack? Look at that. You get Rocky Maivia from like the late '96, and you get Final Boss Rock. You get the Intercontinental belt, and you get that People's Championship. I thought this was a lovely looking set. I was so excited by this. This is going to be on Mattel Creations in September. They're going to have this. And this style of figure, I really love. I've been trying to like collect these. They did another 2-pack before that was Cody and Dusty, which I picked up. And I think these are great. I think they're so much fun. I think, you want your figures to be fun, but I love the fact that they're giving them the belts and the cloth goods and, they're getting the legends in the line. So yeah, I saw this double pack. I was like, oh man, that's so good. So I was really, really impressed with those. So at the moment, I'm loving these figures, these Walmart exclusive ones. But I don't know, man. There's so much good stuff. Yeah, the Bull Nakano figure I thought was amazing. I thought it was brilliant. Right, we're done. I'm going to go start working on opinions and Unseen and all of that. So appreciate everyone joining us. Obviously, this was a big stream with the Hogan stuff. I mean, certainly some stuff there that I was not expecting. I was not expecting to see that 10 bell salute. Great that it was honoured in the way that it was honoured. And yeah, you know, I'm really looking forward now to next week, SummerSlam, on the road to that, tag match being added, chaos and carnage, and on we go. So thanks a lot for watching. I will see you again next time.